Welcome everybody to Swimmer Sync 154 here on IPL. Yes, another edition of Swimmer Sync here this month, I guess the week before Super Jump. My name is Kyon. Joining me on the mic is Topic. Topic, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
You know, I'm doing really well today. I'm ready to watch these two teams play, watch a little bit more, and see, what happens.
Another weekly edition in the books, and yeah, I would love to see what the two teams dish out. Speaking of which, we're on to the first match here in group stages, of course, with another best of three ahead of us. We got VQ-vectorQry 24, a team name with a mouthful there, featuring 4 active members versus Soft Serve. Then they will be our first matchup kicking off this Swimmer Sync here. Really excited to see what these two teams have. Both of them, of course, established teams, at least based according to Sendo. Topic, at least with this one coming up, especially with those who are probably warming up, using this for warm-ups for Super Jump or Ludi, wherever they want to go. I'm sure both teams wanted to start off strong.
Yeah, I think usually teams will do weeklies right before like an important Ludi set, before like you said, major tournaments, as kind of like a tune-up, because you never want to go into like a major or something super important cold or with cold hands. So no, a nice little tune-up is really useful.
Yeah, definitely. 78 teams are queued up here for this edition of Swimmer Sync. So we also have our map list coming up here, which our lovely producer has on screen. The Inkblot Art Academy, Target Control, Undertow Spillway, Rainmaker, and if we do have to go to a third map again, reminding y'all that this is a best of 3. Mahi Resort Zones will be the one coming up here soon. I know Inkblot Art Academy Target Control, I always say in a lot of places I talk, it is pretty much the final destination or the most commonly played Target Control map there in a lot of tournaments. This shouldn't be entirely surprising. It is a very strong Target Control map. Topic, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, like you just said, especially in Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 3 as well. It's like one of the most vanilla starter maps that you will ever get in Splatoon, and I think it's because it's really balanced on both sides. A really important part of tower control, especially on this map, is getting through that second checkpoint. But however, since that second checkpoint is kind of like the choke point, since that kind of allows your team to just go all the way to plat, since you can go there not uncontested, but there's a lot less fire onto you. Yes, you do have to worry about a bub on that bats area. Yes, you have to worry about that little attic area, but still, if you get past that second checkpoint, that's a lot of pressure off of your back as soon as possible. However, getting there is the hard part, since that first checkpoint, that is what we call in the business one of the hardest points to get through, since everyone's going to be collapsing onto that point, since it's right under a stack, it's right under the wall to ramp. So let's see how both of these teams can fight through that.
Yeah, for sure. As we do get VQ-vectorQry, by the way, on the Alpha team, as in the lime colored side, purple colored side, or Bravo will be Soft Serve. We take low weapons. What do you see here out of the weapons?
I see a Hydra. I like me a Hydra. I see an Ink Burst. I see a Dapples. That's a very short range comp. I believe what Vector's gonna try to do, they're trying to use that Hydra to their advantage. They're trying to use the range and try to bait in enemies towards that Hydra and get a nice kill right there. As we do see VQ or Vector, I should say, trying to establish some control here, but unfortunately Soft Serve is going to be holding that right side super hard. And we see this range blaster, a very strong pick, especially with the Kraken, especially just with the AoE of Range Blaster, that just allows it to do a lot. But the Hydra on VQ is able to get a pick and just stall tower for as long as possible with a couple specials coming out. They are going to be able to get it, but here we go. A very intense fight here for that first checkpoint. And like I just said, it's going to be a bloodbath getting through that first checkpoint, as Vector is able to hold off that first push.
Yeah, Vector doing a great job playing off in that first push very well. Slots is able to get the spot there onto the Kraken. Nicely done there. But as you noted, as you know, it's a very short range comp. They're having to work against this custom range blaster in the 52 and the Slosher as well. But one of the things I'd like to see right out of the gate there from Soft Serve is, of course, if they can get a lot of value out of the Krakens, and of course their cooler, very common weapons you get to see. both teams, I believe. Soft Serve will have the trip strikes if they need to use it for any sort of GG strike shenanigans if they were to hold the lead, which they do currently at this stage. Sloth is able to pop the Kraken right out of the gate. They're trying to swim towards that tower, not able to find one. Okay, correction, they do find one. They do find the pick onto the Cry. Still, so a little bit of a brawl here past the first checkpoint. Soft Serve goes 3 down, and it will be VectorQry. At least they're holding them off, and they're now lined up to approach that checkpoint coming out.
Yeah, Vector did a really good job of playing defense, and since Vector did manage to get 2 of Soft Serve down, they are able to push up a little bit here. We do see the Reef Slider get one, get a nice job there of distracting the enemy team. Unfortunately, Lazy will go down to that range blaster, but that amount of space just allows the rest of their team to push tower as we do see them take lead. Unfortunately, Vector does go 2 down. They're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. The Brush though taking the advantage and going and getting one out of nowhere, as now we do see Soft Serve with the defense. Hot Diggity here trying to pop the whale, a counter whale in response, just trying to get a pick here. It's not quite gonna work, and that's a 1-for-1 trade. And see Sloth again with this Kraken. They're using Kraken a lot to try to get Vector off of their spot, try to move people. Unfortunately, the Hydra does some really nice acrobatics there, able to dodge the Kraken, able to survive the range blaster for just a little bit longer. And unfortunately for them, it is gonna work. It is gonna work for them stalling for tower, but unfortunately we'll go down to that 52 as we do see again a lot of fights. It's very scrappy. It's very, very contested, since both of these teams know getting past this first checkpoint or getting past this little like area near the ramp will be like a large catalyst to who wins this game.
Yeah, about minute and 50 left to go. We saw the Kraken missing out on the Hydra splat from earlier, and again, I think just a second too late, which could have bought them enough space there, if anything, to take out that Hydra. Well, now they got their revenge onto them pretty well. That'll be Tai, I believe, being the Japanese characters there, going down. It's just 1 point difference is what's showing, is what we're seeing here. Topic, they should be getting lead here, yes, but only by a smidge, only just by a mere point. It is enough for the lead change, and this is Tower Control. Tower Control is gonna have to approach 61 points or less, but it's still very close right now. Reslider does run over Toothache, and Topic, a minute and 10 left to go. This could be pretty close coming up.
Yeah, I expected a really close game. That's a good start here from Vector, getting 2 down, as we do see the Hydra getting cool, or everyone popping cooler, trying to get up as fast as possible. And unfortunately for them, Soft Serve is able to get there as quick as they can, playing some nice defense here. Unfortunately, they give a little too much space to the tower as they are able to get the lead just barely. The strikes come out a second too late. The GG strikes aren't able to get the Hydra off tower, but unfortunately for them, Vector is able to just continue to have people there. They're continuing to have everybody just around the tower. We do see another cooler being popped. Unfortunately, Lazy go down. That's 2 down. But fortunately for them, for the cooler, the death counter doesn't really matter here as they go all the way down to 24. Cry with another pick, staying alive, getting a nice clutch on that 52, allowing their team to jump in. Unfortunately, 2 go down, and that might be the end of this, as the Hydra trying to make a hero play is not going to work. With about 10 seconds left, Soft Serve has a mountain to climb right now, but unfortunately for them, Vector is still going to be here. They do see a solo cooler pop in a bad spot, and that's going to be an unfortunate cooler for them, as Soft Serve is able to have their counter push.
Yeah, but the counter push is going to be just a little bit too late there. The trip strike's not going to be there quite in time, and it will be the first map, at least in this best of 3, going to VectorQry to kick things off here. Topic.
Yeah, I just want to point out, because Vector had such a short range comp, they had to play aggressive. They had to get into Soft Serve's face, and we saw right there what happened when that happened. The use of the Dapple Dewey's with the Reef Slider to just kind of force their way in. The use of the Brush to be a distraction. The use of Cooler. The use of the Hydra just to play a nice, just being there to provide backup to anyone that needed it. That just proved that even though we don't have that much range aside from one weapon, we can make this work, and they just did.
Now we get to see how the rest of Soft Serve gets moved right along. Undertale Spillway Rainmaker, pretty much almost the correct combination, is going to be the one coming up here. Topic, and we saw from the previous map there almost a lot of defensive moves there that Soft Serve had right out of the gate, just not enough to counter back. But we kind of saw that it was still a pretty close matchup between the last minute or so. and I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna be gauging a little bit of your knowledge here, topic. Kind of what do you think SoftServe would end up doing there to see if they can how they can get themselves on the board at least at Force of Map 3?
Well, I think what they really want to do is keep an eye out for their short-range weapons. Keep an eye out for the dapples, for the brush. Since on Undertow Spillway especially, a lot of what brushes like to do, they like to go on these really long, elaborate flanks to get behind the enemy and just really disrupt them from the back lines. So I think they're gonna have to do a lot to just make sure that they got to keep everything in front of them, since that is the key to winning this, especially on Undertow Spillway. Since with their comp, I do believe that they can take that left side, that really like slow, methodical push, that push that takes a little bit of time. Since if they're able to get set up as nicely as they really want to, it could be really hard for Vector to get in aside from that Hydra. Yeah, and I'm gonna be curious to see if they're gonna be able to address those 2 points there. And to your point there, topic, it's gonna be really how do they deal with that Hydra coming up here, because as we saw, the Hydra was almost a big problem there with the way they were farming up a lot of the buoy bombs and a lot of the range that was coming up here. And now they're coming in. You got Rainmaker coming up here all right out of the gate here for Undertow. Let's see what adjustments that SoftServe has right out of the gate. As we do see, of course, the Hydra actually almost the same weapons there from VectorQry. Big changes, by the way, we see from SoftServe. They're switching over to the heavy edit with the Crab being the choice. Dueling end zaps, by the way, for coolers as well. Yeah, very interesting changes. I think the use of the heavy edit is mainly for the Crab, since Crab can just put out a lot of pressure really quickly, and the use of Bazooka here from SoftServe maybe a little more direct in the sense of getting those kills. As we do see 1 go down, 2 go down already for Vector, as we see SoftServe trying to get us put to start as quick as possible. They are able to, and here we go. They're setting up on that left side. The spikes coming out to try to give them a little bit of leeway. It is going to work. The whale's not going to be enough, and that's going to be the checkpoint in the first 30 seconds. SoftServe has a point to prove that they're not going to get swept here. It looks like they're going to do that for themselves right here, as they're going to try to go for the pop. It looks like it's really contested. The Crab is here trying to get a pick here. It's not quite gonna work, as we do see that Vector is able to pop the Rainmaker with the reinforcements for SoftServe. They might be able to, but the Zuka saves it. That's 3 down. SoftServe is playing so aggressively. They're not allowing Vector to do anything during this match. Yeah, Vector's kind of just stuck in that base there. Zuka was just a little unfortunate in this for VectorQry. Great for SoftServe, but they are wiped out. That's going to be the end of the push, and VectorQry is going to have to see how they can respond there as well. Which, by the way, something that I noticed right out of the gate for VectorQry that we didn't point out. They have the Slosher deco, by the way. They got a Zipcaster Slosher in the wings there. That's gonna be the dueling Sloshers, but not exactly the same specials on top of it. Speaking of the Zipcaster, trying to see if Lazy can find a pick. Yes, gets 1, and will that Slosher find another? Yes, that will be the second member going down. Hot Diggity and Slosh going down. Absol's able to get Kisu from behind, and Cry should be able to get that first checkpoint. No problem. Now we're gonna have to wait and see how this push develops there. They're able to pop this Rainmaker, no problem. Trip strikes there for a little bit of defense. Weebl's trying to clear out some space. We are seeing VectorQry kind of just stuck into this position there. SoftServe not able to move up just yet. Toothache does go down, and they turn this to 2. This could be the lead, but that is a clutch pick from the Crab. Rainmaker is going to be dropped where it stands. Yeah, Sloth has kind of saved the game right there, since that they weren't able to get that pick on the Rainmaker. That might have been lead, but unfortunately, for SoftServe, Vector will just get it a few seconds later, and now Vector is just set up here. Even though they are a couple down, they're able to get a couple. They are able to get jumps in, but unfortunately, those are not going to work out, as the Hydra is only the last one down, and now SoftServe is on their back foot here. You saw like it was a flip of a coin at that point with how easily the pressure came from one team to another, and now it's on SoftServe's side in order to try to get something going here. They do have a special at the ready. They do have that Zuka to try to go for a focus pick. Unfortunately, their cooler does go down. The 1-for-1 trade for the Hydra. The Zipcaster comes out. The whale comes out. This might be it. And unfortunately for SoftServe, Sloth will go down, as another one goes down with the use of that Zipcaster. And Vector is in a pretty good spot here with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 2 minutes left to go. VectorQry is at least able to get 26 points remaining from that side. There's the spy balls actually able to take out one. Now you can see now you get to see that cooler being dished out there. Hot Diggity and the rest of the group able to pick up that cooler, no problem. The problem at this stage, Rainmaker is gonna be the one that's gonna be stuck in the middle there as he do throw out the buoy bomb. They are gonna pop that Rainmaker, no problem. They're moving on to the left hand side. Price is just trying to escape. To no success. It's actually a 3-down situation for VectorQry. Made that a wipeout as it's a delayed wipe on top of it. Soft serve holds well in defense there. Topic, minute 25 left to go. Slot's gonna pick up this Rainmaker. They took out 2 members of VectorQry. This should be a good push coming out. Yeah,
Soft Serve, I should say, needs to try to stagger Vector for as long as possible. So they're going to try to do a good job of it. Unfortunately, the Hydra does get 2 of them there. Sloth is stuck in this corner. They're kind of committed to this Rainmaker push as the brush is going to be able to come from above and get the kill. Gets 2, and looks like Vector will go down in a really bad spot. This might be a chance for Soft Serve to take a lead here, but unfortunately for them, Vector is going to respawn back, and they're going to take it. Sloth was going to try to go for it. They're not going to get it with only the zap remaining. So Zappy Zap fight looks like Toothache is going to win that. Soft Serve trying to stall as long as possible is not going to work. But with about 30 seconds left, we do see the Heavy Edit picking it up, doing something that may be considered a bit weird, but it is useful since that does stall the Rainmaker just even for a couple seconds. That gives Vector a lot less time to work with their push, and now they have 2 specials that they have. That Zipcaster, which has been really big for them. They have the whale to use to get some chip damage on Soft Serve. So now with about 15 seconds left, this may be their final chance.
Final chance coming up here. 10 seconds left to go. They do pick up this core. They cannot afford to drop the Rainmaker coming up there. They are 1 down on both sides. Flying a little too close to the fire range, and it will be Soft Serve. They are pushing them back by just a bit. 2 members have gone down. Trip Strike 5 goes off a little too far, but there is that Rainmaker holder going on the left hand side. Apso and Cry moving up to that left hand side there. 25 seconds are on the clock. They are still stuck behind. They have to get this. They have to get a phenomenal push. They just have to go at this point. You only have 1 point left. You only have 1 point remaining there that you're gonna have to deal with, and they're gonna try to push the right hand side this time, and they're gonna likely have to hard commit, but the Zuka's just gonna say GG. Well played that one. Soft Serve does their part to hold that Rainmaker in position, and Soft Serve forces a game 3 coming up here. Topic.
Yeah, I think we can both agree that game was very back and forth. It went from one major push to another major push to a little bit stalling in the middle. I will say they were kind of stuck on that left corner on both teams. So Soft Serve just sprinting to the finish line, especially with the help of that Zuka to be able to just clear out a path, and the Rainmaker was just able to just go forward or hold W, and it worked out in their favor.
And something to highlight from the last push is you only had 1 push to make it happen, and I get that you were pushed behind that Soft Serve pushed you back there, but you kind of wondered just with the amount of pressure that Soft Serve had, and it kind of showed from what felt like minute 1 and going forward there. Soft Serve was saying, okay, we did lose the first one on a close battle, now we can afford to play a little bit more aggressively, and it started to show there also in the final minutes where they're like, okay, we got 1 more remaining. We know we are safe. They got to go straight to our pedestal there and slam that one home. And that's kind of what we saw there out of Soft Serve now, out of the gate. So now we move up ahead to Mahi Zones being the deciding game 3 here. And Topic, this is a map mode that isn't all too common.
Yeah, it's very uncommon. I do believe it was in the last Flutie week. I have to double check on that. It was that last week or the week before that. But yeah, I think a major part in this map is the snipe battle from both sides of zone. The enemy snipe, that if you can get control of that, you basically get access to their plat for free for the most part. But of course, you do have to watch the flanks from the right, the flanks from the left. So it's not just trying to focus on the snipe. It's about trying to focus the area like how most zones maps should be played, focus on the area around the zone, so the enemy team has a very little chance to work with.
And the other thing to factor in too is also the terrain definitely changed around the 60-point marker there. So if you're in the control, you definitely want to keep control of that zone for long once you get to that point. But now we enter the deciding game 3 here in pretty much the first game of the group stages. They got three matches to deal with there. As we do take a look at the weapons that are being dished out, almost as similar as we saw from the previous map. Actually, I think it's almost the exact same, if I'm not mistaken here. Topic. Both teams all opting to stick with what had worked in map 2.
Yeah, if it's not broke, why fix it? As we do see Soft Serve is gonna use that to their advantage as they are able to get one, get two, but unfortunately they're gonna go 3 down themselves. They tried to do that fight super quickly, but unfortunately did not work out in their favor. And now Vector has a chance to really get a hold here. You see, they're already trying to hold onto that right side, try to hold under snipe. That everyone knows that's really important. If the enemy gets set up on snipe, they have free access to zone. So you want to make sure they stay away from that as soon as possible. As we do see Soft Serve slowly trying to make their way forward. It's gonna work. That Crab's gonna come out. Gets one. Barely does not get the burst. Burst is staying alive somehow. They're finally gonna go down. And now Soft Serve has a chance to really try to get a good hold here as they already broke through their penalty.
Yeah, they broke through the penalty very well. Again, the crab was much needed there, trying to build up the space for Soft Serve to just strike through. Hydra, by the way, going down. That's part of their anchor going down there on top. They can't really afford to play too aggressive. That's a Zipcaster we just saw from Lazy. Lazy got some value on this one, but nothing to be found there out of the deco there from Lazy. So no value whatsoever from that Zipcaster. It is going to be 2 down on both sides. Apso was able to make that one happen with the Ink Brush, at least trying to bend themselves a little bit further. Booyah Bomb is thrown in to at least help neutralize the zone. Ink Brush from Apso able to help paint over it. Penalty points have been applied there on top as Apso does get hot diggity on top of it. They're gonna pop the whale there on a 2 down situation side. Soft Serve should be able to take advantage from that side, and they will have complete control of the zone. Soft Serve, yeah, they're in the penalty. Not to worry too much. They win the fight and they get the zones back.
Yeah, they are able to get their zones back, though they do have to worry about this Hydra since they're basically giving them free Booyah Bomb here. As you see, they do have it. The ready strikes are coming out, trying to get a pick here. It's not quite gonna work. As you see, Vector again going all in. It is gonna work as they do get 2, forcing the shot and the heavy edit in the same area. The Brush just rushing forward, trying to get a pick here. They're gonna decide to just hold back and just wait because they know that the rest of Soft Serve is gonna be right behind, and the cavalry will be here in any minute now. As we do see Vector trying to hold on as one does go down, but fortunately Cooler is going to be there as the Hydra clutches up, dodges the Zuka, dodges the strike, is able to get 2, and that might be the lead, though it's only 2 up for Vector. They are able to get the lead, and now Soft Serve has the opportunity here to try to get this Hydra, though the Booyah Bomb will keep him on for a little bit longer. Heavy Headed not able to get the kill here as the Hydra gets their revenge, and now we see Vector again. It's been a very scrappy game. Both teams have been fighting almost every second of this game as Vector will finally try to get a good hold here. As we do see like a kind of 2-2 split here as they are kind of focused on that left side, on that right side, since they know that the enemy team only has 1 real pass to go. As the cooler for Vector does go down, a Zipcaster comes out, unfortunately gets canceled. The strikes are coming out. It looks like Soft Serve is going to try to take zone here. It's not going to work. Vector fighting tooth and nail, but unfortunately that's not going to be enough as that's 3 down with the Hydra left, and unfortunately the Hydra goes down, and now Soft Serve has the opportunity to try to take the lead here.
So the big thing you want to keep in mind here from VectorQry was the Hydra. The Hydra punished 2 members there from Soft Serve that got clumped up way too close to each other in the grand scheme of things, their topic, which ultimately meant that they would have hoped to extend lead a little bit further as long as they could. But unfortunately for VectorQry, Soft Serve is able to get the lead back, rustle through. They get through out of those penalty points. They're on top of it, but that zone is going to be neutral for a good chunk of its time there. So we do get to see 2 down on both sides right out of the gate. About 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go on the clock, and I want to see how the specials do get used, but in the grand scheme of things, especially when you keep an eye on that in that last minute. Toothache's able to try to lurk through. There will be a lot of fighting happening. There's the zap. The Hydra goes down on top of it, and Soft Serve will be able to take the zones down in a delayed 3 down situation, and it will be 2 members going down there out of VectorQry on top of it. This is going to be total control here from Soft Serve. Zap going down on top of it. And there is the Booyah Bomb available from Seal that might be able to neutralize zone for a bit. Trip Strikes, they do know where that Hydra was. They're through the Trip Strikes right into that vicinity. They're trying to zone out the Hydra, but to no success. And it also holds on to this zone there, which they may not be able to for long. They should be able to get the KO here, but I take that back. Media Commentators jinx 5 points, and this will for sure be the game. Soft Serve will finish up with the Terry on top. Soft Serve wins that 3rd map there. It's going to be a 2-1 set victory for Soft Serve.
Yeah, I just want to say soft serve. They learned from that first game. They learned how to deal with the Hydra. As you saw, as you just pointed out, they threw everything at the kitchen sink at them, trying to get them displaced. And right there, it worked. You did see the Hydra drop, unfortunately, onto a bomb for Vector, and soft serve took that to advantage and just kept getting Vector dagger. They kept getting them like off so not everyone is up at the same time, and fortunately for them, that is going to be able to help them win the set.
Yeah, and soft serve soft serve this entire set, excuse me, was slightly different. Of course, we could talk about that first game there to possibly be just a back and forth game there in Inkbot Art Academy Tower Control. So at the end of the day, soft serve's like, okay, well, we can definitely go toe to toe with this group. Let's see if we can take the next two. Not a problem. Topic. They took care of Undertow Rainmaker. Of course, it took the entire clock. This time for Mahi zones, more back and forth, but it definitely seemed clear that soft serve that could easily wrestle back and win the last game. That's kind of what we saw right out of the gate.
Yeah, it was a very back and forth game. I want to say no team had control for zone for like a majority amount of time. I want to say the longest a team had zone is possibly like 30 to 25, 30 seconds, because both teams are just throwing everything at zone to get it neutralized. And to their credit, it worked. It took, like you said, it took to the very last minute. It took until there was no time left on the clock for a winner to be decided. So you could see that either team could have won that game or won this set. It was very, very back and forth. No team was clearly more dominant than another. That just shows how both of these teams, even though this is round one, they still have an opportunity to like really try to go somewhere.
And especially with the weeklies, where you definitely want to at least start your best of threes that are strong. Again, with group stages, it could be like a one set difference that brings you to great white brackets, or hammerhead or mako, one of those three combinations, or even lantern if you're in the group that has 4 teams on top of it. So each set and each map does matter in the grand scheme of things. Their topic. We saw an entertaining first set right out of the gate there as well. We hope to see that the second set will follow suit, which we do have our second set available, so we'll give everybody else some time to basically catch up. But yeah, the 2-1 set there from soft serve and VectorQry. Feel like soft serve has done their part to hold on to it. And speaking of the match being ready, we do have one that's available for y'all. It's Eepy Dreepy versus Brigada Woomy, and I have seen Eepy Dreepy in Ludi at some point early in the season, so glad to see Eepy Dreepy here. And then we also have Brigada Woomy, another established team that is making their way through SOS. This could be a very fun one also coming up.
Yeah, I believe I've heard of EPGP before, not so much of Brigada Woomy. So I'm gonna trust you on this one. That's gonna be entertaining set.
I always like to say that every set would be as entertaining as they can be. So this is always just me hoping for the best there in the grand scheme of things. And we do see, if I recall, EPGP is Ludi Division 4 this season there as well. But they are fielding Cactus, which I don't remember Cactus being a member of EPGP during that point in time there as well. But hey, we do get to see a very familiar face around the circles there. English Cactus playing for EPG there, and we get a Woomy a variety of players from different countries playing for that group. I believe some from South America side there, so that will be a very fun and intriguing matchup we got. But of course, we got our 3 maps right out of the gate here: Sturgeon Shipyard, Target Control, Pump Track Rainmaker, for the second map. And if we do get to go to a third map, it will be Scorch Clams. Topic, tell us, what are your thoughts on Sturgeon Shipyard Target Control being the first map of this set?
Now, I like this map because, well, first off, it's played almost at every single tournament. It's kind of balanced, I would say. It's definitely the checkpoint is definitely attacker favorite. The second one's definitely defender favorite. But other than that, I think it's a really, really good map mode. Mainly because a majority of the map of your pushing power comes from the grates. If you are able to get someone on top of that spinner, on top of snipe, on top of grates, you can basically just make sure they have a really clear path to that second checkpoint, since it is kind of in a bad spot, since they do have that little grate section on the left side there, so like any longer range weapon you can just try to shoot tower, try to get a pick or two. But if you have control of grades, that makes it a lot less common to happen, since if you can get through that, again, it's one of those checkpoints, not a point as a third checkpoint, but it's really important to get through that second checkpoint, since that kind of just allows you to have free reign into the enemy's court.
One of the things about this map too, because you know that second checkpoint is that it also tends to be a very snowballing map. Not even past the first checkpoint, but also when you get to that second checkpoint there on top of it too. So if they just run with it and if they run with it and won the fight, it's going to be pretty tough for the team that's defending it to make that one count. Speaking of which, we have a gold spray sighting here, and we do have dueling firefin chargers. Actually, I think they're both almost a similar variant there on top of it. We do got firefins on both teams, but hey, what are your thoughts on the gold spray making its appearance on Surge and Tower Control? You know what? I'm gonna let them cook. If they feel like running it, I hope them all the best. I wish them the best. As we do see, Brigada Woomy are gonna go 2 down, 14, but then they're already get 1 down on Eepy Dreepy. As we do see Devil pushed up really far. Unfortunately, are gonna get punished there. As we do see Pizza Squid able to get a pick or get revenge there. As the inkjet comes down, unfortunately does get canceled almost immediately. As again, a lot of fights happening. Eepy Dreepy do have advantage here. They do have that Zuka already on Spinner. They're able to clear out a lot of space, but unfortunately, like I was talking about earlier, never mind. I was about to say there was someone on that left side, but thankfully Devil was able to get them, and that's 3 down again for Brigada Woomy. Eepy Dreepy is in a really strong spot here. Strikes are at the ready. A V bomb does come out for Brigada Woomy, trying to stall this out. They are able to get. They already get the person on tower. As we do see Cactus on tower, the inkjet returning to tower, as they're all the way down to 16, 15 on their first push, and they're still going. The drinks are at the ready. Cactus is holding on tower. The Zuka as a stamp of approval, a stamp to end this game. And Eepy Dreepy in one push just said, "We're here. We're done with this game. That we're done playing around. This is over. This is our set to win." Well, I like to appreciate the effort that the Gold Spray tried to dish out. The problem is, when you normally see Gold Spray, you expect them to be farming Booyah Bombs. They didn't really get any opportunity to really do a whole lot of that there. We did see the Booyah Bomb being dished out into the tower to basically at least try to hold on defense for that long. But it starts to show right there that once everybody started getting shut down, again, I noted there earlier was the snowball effect that could happen. Once everybody got shut down, we kind of just ran for the hills and just pretty much called it a day, and that's kind of just the power of that snowball there. You saw everybody was kind of planted on that right hand side, looking for snipes, looking for ways to lock out Eepy Dreepy. It's kind of what we saw there. Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker is our second map here topic, and now you got to see, okay, you didn't cook too much there with the Gold Spray. Do you expect the Gold Spray to come back, or do you think that was really specific to Surge and Tower Control? That might have been very specific to Sturgeon Tower Control, because Booyah Bomb on GG Booyah is really good if you're able to get a lead and just play defense. But on Humpback Pump Track, on Rainmaker especially, I don't know. Now, I'm a bucket player, number one, so I'm kind of biased towards Humpback since I love it. I will be very delighted if there's at least 2 buckets in this game, since buckets are really strong here. Now, I don't expect him to keep the arrow spray, since while yes, it can abuse the hills a lot, since it does move really quickly. I do expect a change, since what EBGP just showed, they're able to snowball really quickly. Now, Rainmaker on this map specifically is not as snowbally as we just saw. There is that little break with that checkpoint, but still, it's about keeping control of Plat, since if your Plat gets taken over, that's GG's at that point, since they have a clear shot to the goal. So you mentioned before, with the Gold Spray being very specific to target control, kind of expect different changes there from Brigada Woomy. There on top of it, GG Booyah was obviously as strong as it could have been on that side of the fence. But yeah, a lot of things, honestly, as you know, they're to keep an eye out on. In fact, we're actually going to be queuing into this second map right out of the gate. Now now I want to see what changes they have. If for some reason they stick to the gold spray, which they will not, they're actually going to stick to just total weapon changes across the board. So whatever I was about to say next was going to be wrong. We do have a heavy edit with the crab tank, solid choice there as well. Empiri sloshing machine and a custom wellstring has made their appearance there from Brigada Woomy. Topic, your thoughts on that?
Now, I let them cook last game. It didn't turn out quite as well, but let's see if they're able to turn that around. Unfortunately, the machine goes down almost immediately. The duelie's trying to get a pick here. It's not going to work. It's a 2v2 situation here. And Wellstring is a very strong weapon. It just paints so much. You have to respect it, and it can just paint up your field in an instant. As Auto Boy with the Zukas is able to get one, and as we see, it's a lot less snowbally as it was in that first game. Brigada Woomy is okay, never mind. Woomy is able to get the first pick up, but they're not able to get very far since neither team so far has been able to establish a lot of control here, though Dreepy has a chance to do that right here.
Yeah, there's a land of opportunity that Eepy could do there. As they do have a crab that is available. The Tri-Slosher has gone down on top of it. Is still both teams kind of stuck into the same point remaining. Their Cactus is able to swim through, not able to get the checkpoint just yet. The Slosher machine is there to shut them down. Two members are down on both sides to make that a delayed 3 for Eepy Dreepy. Brigada Woomy may have done just enough to stop this push from happening there, and it's just a sea of teal, sea of light blue ink rather on that side. Now this will be a strike from XB2, actually just trying to bait the pick there, but this will be somehow successful. Just about if it was a few seconds late, that would have been the bad news. But that sharking is gonna get slightly punished. Pizza Squid was trying to pop that one too. Realized, all right, I'm just gonna to pop the inkjet, see if I can get picks that way, which they will. One member has gone down, Autoboy gone down on top of it too, and it will be Cactus finding the second member onto Uwu on top of it. This will be the slam home. First checkpoint has been secured here. Topic, and that triple splashdown isn't enough to break the barrier yet. It's still a very close fight there. EBDB's gone to make that 3 down.
Yeah, they go 3 down. Looks like Brigada Woomy had the opportunity here to get through the first checkpoint. They have the paint there, the Zukas that's already, and uncontestedly they are able to get it. Though Pizza Squid here on the flank is not gonna work. We do see 2 down, unfortunately, to the Rainmaker shield, and now it's a 2v2 situation here. The machine kind of backed up in mid, trying to paint for the dualies. They are forced to go up a little bit, try to provide a bit of support, and now Brigada Woomy is forced back by the Zuka. Unfortunately, it does go down. The dualies with the splashdown does go for a 1-for-1 trade. That's going to be really helpful for their cause. Getting rid of the inkjet. That's another one down, and just like that, Brigada Woomy just takes it and runs down to 17. The Booyah Bomb from the machine is able to just clear out a path, and just like that, by the flip of a coin, Brigada Woomy is still going through the crab, getting all the way to 2, not quite enough to break through the check or get the goal. And now, just like that, Eepy Dreepy with 2 minutes left, they're going to have to get a push of their own going.
They're going to have to get a push of their own, but as you know, there are only 2 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time to make that one count. That's going to start off well with the shot going down on top of it. Cactus is forced back, but it's going to be a 3-down situation, or 3-down scenario on top of it. That will be Brigada Woomy going 3. Devil's going to be able to strike big. It has to be the picks right there for the shot. That's by Cactus. Cactus does go down somehow, some way, and it will be 3 members from Brigada Woomy able to surround this one through. They got to get that one out. They got to get them out of their territory. There you go. As it will be Uwu now swimming to the right-hand side. It's just running for the wings here. 53 seconds. Nobody is home at all in this pedestal. Nobody is home at all. Cactus just fresh out of respawn, able to pump the brakes onto that one. EBGB not playing that one on defense. Still trying to play that one very aggressive. EBGB has yet another chance. 1 minute and 9 seconds left to go on this one here. Topic. They will start this one, taking 1 member out of Brigada Woomy.
You know, a Rainmaker classic, someone sharking and just taking it all the way to the goal. But unfortunately, that's not going to work out. As we do see Devil trying to go for it, they're not able to get, they get a little bit closer, but not enough for the lead here. And it's their AP Dreepy is just on plat. Looks like they're trying to do the same thing again. Brigada Woomy, unfortunately, they are going to face a little bit of opposition here. But again, they're just running for the hills. It's going to work. Azuka comes out. That's 2 down on Eepy Dreepy. Just like that, Brigada Woomy's in the same spot they were about 10 seconds ago. They pop a crab to stop it. The crab goes down. Another one is here for Eepy Dreepy. The machine's unable to get it. Now it's just a Wellstring getting 2. Stalling out for just long enough, and just like that, with only 18 seconds left, Eepy Dreepy has to do all that progress again for the third time.
The only third time left, but they got 10 seconds left to go to do so. The timer is going to have to be the key thing here. At least they'll get overtime there. The shot has gone down. That triple smash has to use super spacing, and it will be the collapse onto it. Yeah, and they will be successful in the grand scheme of things. Literally 8 to 2 points being the difference for the points remaining, and Brigada Woomy comes out on top. For the second straight set here on stream, we go to game 3.
Hey, I need a minute to recover, because what Brigada Woomy just kind of took it and ran, and for I believe the third time in a row, it just worked out in their favor. Eepy Dreepy had nobody back there. They were all so focused on getting a good hold on the enemy plat that when the dualies just took it and said, I'm gonna get out of here, and ran, it worked out, getting it all the way to the Rainmaker pedestal twice, actually. So that's gotta be a really good way to help the mood on Brigada Woomy.
I mean, let's be real. That match was almost kind of like a swing of back and forth pushes. One was trying to be better than the other from what it felt like each go around. One of the things that got a little scary for Brigada for Eepy Dreepy more notably is how the defense was left so wide open the last few minutes. And it was just basically, oh wait, there's nobody there. I could be able to go ahead and try to slam this one home and just call it GG's there, right? No, but Cactus was there, just trying to say nah for none of that one. And that's was clutch for EBGB because they needed one last chance to make that one happen. Again, I felt like that was a game where both teams are trying to trade for big pushes, and that's kind of what we ended up seeing there. Of course, the last lap will go to Brigada Woomy in map number 2. We do go to a deciding game 3. Scorch Gorge Clan Blitz is going to be the map of choice, and we see this Clan Blitz map all the time here, Topic.
Yeah, I don't think Brigada Woomy's going to be able to do the same thing they did that second game and just kind of run it towards the goal, since I do believe that EPGP will learn from that and play a bit more solid defenses in that second game. They were so focused on offense, they were so focused on just getting as far up as possible that they left the back door completely wide open. Now on Clan Blitz specifically, this map mode, it does kind of force you to go one route. I don't remember if bridge is there. No, yes it is. It does force you to try to go the ramp route if, for a more like sustained push. But however, setting someone on that flank through the bridge is going to be really useful. Again, just getting the enemy team off balance, getting them to focus maybe use a special on you instead of the rest of your team. That's going to be like really helpful. And in this map mode, I don't know, I feel like it could swing either way.
I mean, the big thing you want to keep an eye on is how both teams want to use that bridge if they want to make it happen there. Again, as you noted, the ramp pathing is going to be the one for sustained pushes there. Now, hold up here before you say anything. Let's take a look at EBGB. They got double Trizuka and coolers. They got the slosher. They got the most comp that you will see all across the board. What on earth is Brigada Woomy cooking here, Topic?
You know what? They're having fun. They're like, this is a video game. We're gonna have fun. As we do see the reef slider undercover, the whale dowser dualies, and an E leader. This is unique. That's the way I describe it as unique. It's a very different comp. Let's see how they're able to use it to their advantage, as they are able to go 1-for-1 immediately. And right now, it's very even. It's very neutral game right now.
I mean, and here's the very silly thing too. Reef Slider could actually get a lot of value here, as I call it the Reef Slider, not able to get one, right, as I had to call it. And one of those things where I immediately think the Reef Slider will get value, and they're like, no, not able to find anybody else right there. Zuka is being fired out there, is able to take out 2 members. I do like the idea that they're trying to go for. They're up against a comp that gets a lot of common playtime there in the shot with the 2 shots and the snipe rider there as well. So this could be a very oppressive comp, let's say, for maybe that Brigada Woomy is going to have to deal with. They are at least holding their own for a few more seconds there, as we do get to see that end around flank there. Bellado Boy just going to take out 1. Nobody's able to move up quite yet there from Eepy Dreepy side. This is actually a pretty decent hold. They do have yet another Reef Slider that is available in the wings. Slosher is there. Reef Slider is actually just there to just cut everybody off from Eepy Dreepy if they can make it work. Need to see who can cook with this undercover umbrella, as they are going to go down by the end of it.
Yeah, it took Dreepy a while to try to get here, and they're still not able to score. As like you said, this comp is not necessarily a good. It's not necessarily like the only counter to what Eepy is running, but I think Brigada Woomy is doing a really good job of playing around them. They probably played this comp 100 times before, so they know where its weaknesses are and trying to just play around that with these interesting weapons. And you see the undercover just staying alive as long as possible, able to block a shot of the Zuka, but unfortunately a sneak from Cody there is not gonna be able to do it. Cactus though just running in is gonna work. That's gonna be 2 balls in there for Eepy Dreepy, and now with Pencil on a flank, unfortunately they are forced back. And Eepy Dreepy, they're still going down to 48 with their first push. It took them a while, but looks like the floodgates are opening.
Floodgates should be opening up here shortly as just too many members went down. They had a lot of clams that was left in their pockets there as the 2 power clams did go in, and they're still keeping this push alive because all the clams are being dished in here. 3 members are, by the way, down, and it's up to the Dowser Doolies. Who's gonna be there on the jump? Are there even any clams available? Yes, Devil's able to swing one by, but there's gonna be none left in the tank. And then to say that there is a mountain to climb is going to be the understatement for Brigada Woomy, because with about 2 minutes left to go on the clock here top, and they gotta muster 88 points or more to make that one count. That's a pretty slick use of the Zuka there to take out Devil at the bridge. But again, for Brigada Woomy, they gotta find a very powerful push coming up here, topic.
Yeah, it's not just the mountain. This is Mount Everest going. They have to climb, they have to scale here. It looks like they're gonna try to get a good start to this push. As they already unfortunately go 1 for 1 here. They are forced back, and Eepy Dreepy is just holding mid. They're not allowing Brigada Woomy to hold forward, because as for most of this game, Brigada Woomy has been backed up. They haven't really gotten past mid since that first opening pushes from both teams. It's been Eepy Dreepy just taking control of mid, and just Brigada Woomy trying to respond as best as they can. Unfortunately, it looks like the luck has run out. Looks like the clock has struck 12 as Eepy Dreepy is able to push in. Cactus dancing around here is gonna work with the cooler. That's another one down for Brigada Woomy. It's really hard for them to try to get anything going. Unfortunately for them, Eepy Dreepy is able to break open the basket, but they need 5 more clams. They only have enough. Thankfully for them, the clams just spawn behind them. Unfortunately, that's going to be another 3 down. Cactus here in his own little world, just painting the base, trying to cause a distraction. It might work for a little bit here, just making sure that the eyes of Brigada Woomy are on them. And fortunately for Brigada Woomy, he will go down eventually.
We'll go down eventually. Now, the big thing from Brigada Woomy, here's the tricky part. It's 88 points, and you have to keep the basket alive because you really don't have much to work with there. They did lose 1 power clam of their own, but that's going to be all right. They got 2 by themselves. They got 2 specials. They got a wave breaker and a reef slider. Dowser Doolies is going to go down. They're going to pop the wave breaker right out the gate. They're going to have to see if they can find picks. They take out Cactus. That is going to be step 1, but they got to dodge the Zuka shots, and Uwu swims right into the Zuka, and that is going to be 1 power clam that is going to be left behind probably for about a few seconds. Boy's going to have to be the one picking it up. For sure, it is going to be OT, but is the push even going to be possible? That's going to be the ultimate question, as there is the specials available from EBGB, the trip strikes that is, but they're just kind of stuck in that territory that they've got to start moving up eventually. On that side, Reef Slider is gonna be there to clear out space, as that power climb actually takes a very nice bounce, and they're able to break through the barrier, no problem this one. And that power climb just thrown a little bit short there and not able to save it at all. Zero Star is just trying to swim through, gets a pick of their own. Power climb is gonna likely disappear here. Yes, all the jumps are getting punished, and that's gonna be GG, well played for sure. Uwu is just taking out the umbrella, saying, I can fight you with umbrella, I think, as it will be the end of that one. EBGB is going to take this one home convincingly with the 2-1 victory.
You know, Brigada Woomy, they had a very interesting comp, unfortunately for them. EBGB just kind of held forward for most of that game, and it worked out in their favor. The double Zuka just worked out in their favor, getting those really crucial picks, like the one at the very end, getting a pick on the Brella with the ball. Unfortunately, the Brella swam or squid rolled into the Zuka shot, just kind of just killed that momentum there, since they lost the Reef Slider, and it was from dishes.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the wrap for that one, as you noted there too. Also, it was 88 points with about close to halfway through. You're gonna have to look for probably the most sustained push of all sustained pushes to make that one count. Their topic. and that's kind of where the clock kind of struck midnight there. There on the rest of Brigada Woomy. I gotta commend the fact that they tried Dowser Undercover Umbrella. I felt like this is the 30th time I've casted Undercover Umbrella games in the past month plus. They're on top of it, so I'll give them credit for trying to make that one count. And I felt like the idea was sound, but they unfortunately kind of ran those all into, again, very common weapons that you get to see here today. So Topic, I'll give them credit for trying, just did not work. It just didn't work out that time.
Yeah, you know, I will always credit creativity, even though it didn't work. From the arrow spray on the first, from the first match to a relatively normal comp, I would say. Even though, you know, they had the Emperor dualies, the machines, a lot of difference to just throwing everything at the kitchen sink, saying something has to stick through the third game. I will credit them for their creativity, and I hope that they get a little. I hope that they make a bracket and they're able to just, you know, prove that, hey, we can flex to anything and it'll work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going on the shenanigans. Is the Undercover Ball just was an idea. I get the idea though, because they had a reef slider in the grand scheme of things, and I gotta commend the fact that they were trying to flex and trying to make something work in the end. It's gonna be very hard to just deal with a double shot and a sniper in the grand scheme of things. That's really all we're gonna have. But have there. I felt like though the first two matches were just really nuts and very crazy by the grand scheme of things. So again, GG will play Eepy, Dreepy, and the other team that I'm just completely blanking on. That was that's a great sign. Yo, Brigada Woomy, duh. Literally just casted them like about a few minutes ago. We got our next matchup coming up ahead. It's Kombucha versus Lemon Cider. This has some very familiar names that I recognize rather than more notably Chai. Otherwise, some slight unknown for the most part.
Yeah, so, you know, a battle of the drinks, as I shall say, Kombucha versus Lemon Cider. You know, I'm more of a fan of apple cider myself, but, you know, they're both relatively good drinks, I would say.
So is this the drink bowl now for round 3 of groups? Is this what we're calling it? Lemon cider versus kombucha. Which one's the better drink?
Yes, I will say lemon cider.
You will say lemon cider. I think just to be very silly, I'll say kombucha. For no really particular reason other than to just go on one side for the. In the caster desk for sure. Both teams, by the way, they do have Sendo team related to this one. Actually, do have an actual team named Lemon Cider and an actual team named Kombucha. Believe it or not, maybe that is their favorite drinks by the grand scheme of things there. So maybe for all I know, maybe they just really like kombucha. And one team just really likes lemon cider here. Topic.
You know, I would do the same thing if I like the drink that much. I would name a team after it. I would do the same thing. So I don't blame them.
Maybe next time I should name my team name after 100% orange juice. That'll be for another time if I
with pulp or without pulp.
I'm actually a pulp person, believe it or not. But more often I'll just buy no pulp because it doesn't spoil faster. I'm thinking a little bit efficiently there.
All right.
Are you a pulp person?
I don't like pulp. I hate pulp.
I think you're in the crowd for that one there, Topic. I don't blame you whatsoever. Maps for coming up here: Ship-Shaped Cargo Coast, Splat Zones, Museum de Alfonsino, Rainmaker. If we do get to the third map, it will be Mako Mark, Tower Control. While I'm busy debating whether I want the orange juice pulp or no pulp, your thoughts on Ship-Shaped Cargo Coast, Splat Zones, Topic?
Whenever I see this fat mode, I just think of reef slider cheese because, yep, it just paints it auto cap zone for you if you get in the right spot, and the rest of the team is able to just come right behind you. Yes, it is a bit of a hero play, a do or die play, but it can work. Now, actually, for this map, I think a really big. It's not as It's not as chokeholdy as others, but once you get past that that little plat area on that top right side, that little alleyway, it does become really hard to. It does make the enemy team it makes it really hard for them to push forward because you probably have control of the rest of the map. Especially you have to watch out for those bridges, and that's where a lot of teams like to push out first, like to get control of first, since you have you have a lot of area around zone that you're able to just paint up really quickly. As you see another brush. Okay, on the side of Lemon Cider, however, Neo Machine, a blaster, and the regular heavy. Yeah, very interesting comps. You know what? Again, I'm gonna let them cook.
You know, this is the most outlandish choice that I'm seeing here, because Neo Slash Machine with the Zuka, regular blaster for your bubble, but the oddity, of course, being the vanilla heavy Splatling, but I don't think that's even a worse choice either, at least from the big read here. I do see the custom range blaster, by the way, from Lemon Cider. Do you have the Kraken that is available? Zuka, by the way, has been popped there. Looks like no value right out of the gate. We do get to see that Waybreaker being popped there as well, as this will be the point still ticking down there. Lemon Cider able to break this one past the 60-point marker. Zuka should be able to neutralize this push here soon, as it was able to take out one member on top of it. Chai is just gonna try to play a little bit of a skirmish brush to no success. Somehow or some way, though, Kombucha is able to hold on to the zone for a little bit longer there than anticipated. Lemon Cider is able to flip this one in their direction, and they will be out of the penalty points. They'll be starting to push it their own with two members down on both sides.
Yeah, from Lemon Cider's comp, it's very chip heavy with the blaster, with the machine. They want to really use that chip damage to their advantage. And we do see Lemon Cider do take over the zone for a little bit here, as Quinn just painting up for Cooler. They are gonna pop it here, try to keep themselves alive. Unfortunately, one goes down for both sides. We do see a big fight here. The use of that heavy to just paint up the enemy's feet is gonna be really useful. Unfortunately, the range blaster doesn't get direct here. The Kraken is out. Heavy is forced to run away here. Unfortunately, the range blaster is kind of forced to try to get a pick here. They aren't able to. Barely misses them direct. Unfortunately, not able to jump out. And there we go. The beauty of machine. You don't have to look at them correctly to get a pick. And there it is. As there's another 2 down for Kombucha, as Lemon Cider will take the lead here. Not in a very strong spot here, since there are a couple of members of Kombucha able to contest zone. But with them having a relatively good lead, they're able to try to work through that. But unfortunately for them, Kombucha is able to take zone relatively uncontested.
Yep, and Kombucha is able to wrest that one back. And again, it feels like this entire game has been both teams getting multiple members out of there, and then just trying to see if they can play the lockout game. So far, it's been working out very well for Kombucha, as they're able to take 2 members out just like that. They should be out of the penalty points here soon. They're just having to deal with the Kraken there from Lemon Cider's perspective. Shot, and both Zuka members going down, by the way, but that will be Kombucha for sure getting the lead here soon. Heavy is gonna be the one lurking large. The aptly named B Heavy with their heavy Splatling, not able to find anybody else there on top of it. It is gonna be 15 points remaining and still counting. 2 members have gone down for Kombucha. Lemon Cider, they have to start contesting the zone here soon, as they will be able to get that neutralized for like a few moments here, and it will be multiple members have gone down. Just a lone brush, it's a wipeout for sure. Lemon Cider will be able to get the zones back here, Topic.
A very clutch by the Zap. They're just staying alive, finding out where those jumps are and getting those kills there allowed their team to just go forward. And right now we do see Lemon Cider trying to get a nice hold here. We do see the whale coming out from that brush, trying to get a pick here. They do manage to get one on the Cooler player for Lemon Cider. A Kraken's coming out, going for that Zuka, as there are not able to get it in time, going for the jump instead. Never mind, doesn't get it off in time. They are gonna go down, and with that, this might be a chance for Lemon Cider to get a good flank here, as one does go down. Unfortunately, the brush is there to play a bit of an assassin and get the kill with about 80 seconds left. Lemon Cider, they do have control of zone. They do get 2 down. This might be the opportunity to get a really good hold here. And now Chai just trying to sneak up there, trying to drop on somebody. It is gonna work. They are gonna get one, but get punished for it.
And now the big thing for Lemon Cider is if they can keep this zone sustained there. The Zuka point blank shot able to take out Zara, and they're trying to aim for the Slosh Machine user, just not able to find them. And it will be Lemon Cider's out of the penalty points here. They could be able to hold on to get the lead there, especially if they take out the shot. That might be a good chunk of their painting going down there as well. Cooler's been dished out, but that Cooler's gonna be just a bit late. In fact, I believe no Cooler has been picked up whatsoever. Nobody's gonna get the fast respawns. Lead change for sure for Lemon Cider, and now this will not be contested in time, and it will be Lemon Cider not only wrestling this one back to get the lead on their own. They turn this into the KO, and Lemon Cider's on the board 1-0 to start off this round 3.
Yeah, Lemon Cider just snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Just being able to make sure that nobody from Kombucha is able to get the Cooler, get the boost, or get that instant respawn, allowed them to just go forward. They are able to get the pick on the Cooler player themselves, and able to just make sure that everyone stayed away. And just like that, they're able to hold on for the long run and get the win.
Very sad Cooler moment there at the end of it. for kombucha. I saw what they're trying to do. They had to just dish the cooler out, try to get the aggression in, but at that point, rest of Lemon Cider's already collapsed in on top of it too. They're topping, and that's kind of just what we saw by the grand scheme of things. So ship-shaped cargo Splatoons, bizarrely no reef sliders. The reef sliders be found on that map, and would probably be surprised if we see one even here at all. Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker being the second map. We kind of saw, I think, not just from this set, but also the first two sets we saw earlier today. We're seeing both teams so equally close to each other right now that this could be another close one coming up. And with Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker, kombucha may need to make some adjustments. Topic. What do you think this? What do you think this map could be? What do you think kombucha would need to do in this map if they want to at least force the game 3?
I think they're gonna have to get Lemon Cider off balance. Like I can talk about this entire game. I think that left side flank is going to be really, really important, since you are able to just at the beginning of the game or at any point if Lemon Cider does have control of mid, just being able to get somebody behind them, whether it be that blaster, whether the range blaster, whether it be the zap, just getting someone that has a relatively quick time to kill. Just be able to get either A, contest the Rainmaker, or B, try to get the people around the Rainmaker down. That's going to really help them out in just making sure that Lemon Cider can't really do much in their pushes.
And now how does the rest of kombucha get to respond to this one? We do get a actually, this is just going to be the custom range blaster. I feel like actually it's going to be pretty similar comps that we saw from the previous one. Both teams actually going to be dealing with dueling custom range blasters here being the weapon of choice, but they're going to just opt for that custom range blaster, not just with the Kraken, but of course with the blaster range, and take advantage of how this map is laid out here in Museum de Alfonsino. As the cooler's already been dished out there from kombucha, now they can try to see if they can go a little bit more aggressive, but I think they're just going to have to retreat just a bit. They realize that Lemon Cider was lurking large, and the zap kind of just flew a little too close to the sun. Topic, just about 30 seconds into this one, both teams kind of stuck to this neutral state.
Yeah, the cooler is gonna get popped from both teams. Unfortunately, that's a two down on both sides. The blaster on side of kombucha is able to pop the Kraken, try to force their way forward. It is gonna work. However, the machine and blaster are able to flank the Rainmaker and get the kill there. The brush, though, being running up to somebody and just smacking him with the brush, is going to be able to get the pick there. And right now, with we're about a minute into this game, and all of kombucha's trying to go for the Rainmaker, the bazooka able to clutch up and get two. That's 3 down for kombucha. Lemon Cider has the opportunity to get a really, really good push here. Now remember, they did not have a cooler active when they all went down, so this is a chance for kombucha, or for Lemon Cider to take lead here. They're going to take lead and take checkpoint on top of that, and with that puts a lot of pressure back on kombucha's shoulders. They're gonna have to break the checkpoint and get Lemon Cider out of their plat. Looks like they're trying to, but never mind. Zara's gonna take it and run down to 30, down to 22, with only the Kraken left. Quinn, of course, forced to back out here, but with the support of the Heavy, they're not gonna have to back out too far as the Range Blaster goes down on kombucha. And right now, Lemon Cider, they're on the plat immediately. Everyone is back. A cooler is active. They're gonna try to hold forward here and get the Rainmaker at least reset.
Yeah, this Rainmaker is going to have to reset here, just trying to bite off a little bit more on the push there, but Lemon Cider will happily take the points as much as they could. Vanilla Heavy there, aptly named on top, is going to pop this one open there. The grand scheme of things, just trying to defend this one with all their might as the end zap has gone down on top of it. Y2K9 does get the big onto this Neo Slosh machine there, but it is going to be 2 down on both sides, and it's going to be third. Chai is going to lurk large, trying to go for the flank. This could be the delayed wipeout in favor of Lemon Cider there on top of it, but because both teams kind of just came out with multiple members out. Rainmaker's stuck into the neutral state. They're going to pop the cooler there on the left-hand side. 2 members are just going to bet this one up. They're going to collapse onto 2 members easily, and that'll be two quick outs there on top of it. Lemon Cider might be looking for another push. They definitely will now.
Oh my
as the
God.
wipeout is secured. 56 seconds left to go. They're going to get a lot more points. Zuka's there, and it will be Vanilla Heavy just trying to swim out, and we'll be able to slam this one
there it is.
in the nick of time. And it will be Lemon Cider getting the 2-0 victory over kombucha.
You know, I called it. Lemon Cider is the best drink. But really, during that last push, I don't know if you saw this, but Lemon Cider did a really good job of collapsing onto kombucha. I believe it was the machine and the range blaster mainly getting too cornered and being able to use their chip damage to get those picks there. And then the third person tried to run away, unfortunately, but the Zap was able to get those picks there. And then all three of them fortunately were able to get the brush without going down. I think them being able to collapse without going down just allowed that push to happen in the first place. Since you had the main advantage, you had the special advantage, you could just push up as far as possible while the enemy team's respawning.
Yeah, for sure. And we kind of saw how that push kind of played out there for Lemon Cider. And that round 3 is going to end that one. Lemon Cider's 2-0 for the set. We have indeed wrapped up our group stages. We got to deal with who makes it the Great White Hammerhead, the rest of the brackets here. So for all of y'all, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while the bracket stuff gets all figured out next. So when we come back after the break, we kick off Top Cut for Great White Brackets. You don't want to go anywhere. Don't change the streams or anything of that nature. We'll be right back for more Swimmer Sync here in SOS 154.
See ya.
Welcome everybody back to SOS 154. Top Cut has now arrived here in the Great White Brackets. We took our time getting here, but now we are here officially. As yes, these are not the accurate rosters. These are the rosters. FreeFlow versus Secret Elixir. My name is Keon. Topics with me on the mic. FreeFlow versus Secret Elixirs is our first round of Top Cut Great White Brackets. Familiar faces in the scene. Should be a lot of fun to watch these two teams go at it.
Yeah, I expect it. I'm not too familiar with them. I know you said, but while we were off stream a little bit, that they're relatively known. They've been around the block for a while. So I expect that I expect that what both teams can do here, right?
FreeFlow is a Division 3 looting team. If I'm not mistaken, for Secret Elixir, they are Div 4. Someone's gonna fact check me here in a bit, but these are two teams pretty close in divisions, and we got ourselves. And then Division 4, FreeFlow, Division 3, JJ Blue takes Parks and Shins or Shines. Not that one. Secret Elixir, of course, Kurta, Soda, Jer, very familiar faces of Secret Elixir. They got Dave Fernay, BT as well. Right now, that roster should be a lot of fun for these two close div teams to go right at it. We're gonna go look at the maps here. Barnacle and Dime zones for map 1, Crab Lake Capital Clan Blitz, and because it's a best of 3, if you get to the third map, it's Undertow Spillway Rainmaker once more. Topic, we've seen Undertow Rainmaker earlier, so both teams should know what to expect. But for Splat Zones, Barnacle Dime, we haven't seen it before. Your thoughts on it?
When I think of this map, I think of the streets. Right underneath the snipe areas, right by the plat area. Just having control of that street allows you to move way quicker around the map than the enemy team would like. Since if you can get there, you can get to snipe relatively easy. You can get into core relatively easy. You can get the block jump onto that top left side relatively easily. Of course, if you have that, you have snipe the little perk area below it really easily. So it's about street control for the most part. If you get control of street really early and you're able to hold it for a majority of the game, that kind of decides the winner right then and there.
Yeah, and I'm going to be curious to see how both teams go deal with it. Of course, there's many different angles you can work through. Also had a few tweaks here and there, of course, for Barnacle and Dime Zones itself. So that should be a lot of fun to see both teams go right in. In fact, both teams will go right in, right on cue. FreeFlow's on the Alpha side, Secret Elixir on Bravo side. Get us underway, Alpha being the green. We take a look at the weapons here. We got ourselves a Stamper Wiper on top of it. And then I believe is the Charcoal Decav making its appearance with the Inkjet. Very interesting weapons on the board here, Topic.
Yeah, one of each wiper. So I think these teams like the wipers very much. The double wiper is very interesting. It's very fighty comp. They want to get in the face of Secret Elixir really quickly, as that's already one down on the side of Secret Elixir. FreeFlow does have to cool it at the ready. Looks like they're trying to push here. The heavy edit goes down. Looks like FreeFlow. Never mind, that Zuka comes out of nowhere to save Secret Elixir, as Brandon's gonna push up, able to get the one shot, staying alive for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, goes down to the heavy edit.
Yeah, going down to just the heavy edit there, and that's just gonna stall this push just for a little bit longer. Secret Elixir will get the zones back once more. They do have that lead right out of the gate there. Parks using that heavy edit. They are gonna pop up the cooler there, so everybody will take that cooler and try to speed up ahead as much as they can. But this zones is just being so closely contested for the most part. FreeFlow is able to get the zones back. They do the Charcoal Decaf going down on Secret Elixirs, and FreeFlow's out of the penalty points here. Topic, FreeFlow should be able to keep the zone here for a bit.
Yeah, they're able to keep the zone here. The hammer does get canceled. Looks like the Stamper is going to go down. That's another one down on the side of FreeFlow. That's a 2v2 situation here. The Crab's going to come out getting one, looking for that other one's not be able to get it. Looks like Shins here is going to be able to keep control of the zone relatively easily. They're not able to get the Inkjet though. Unfortunately, Inkjet does get one, doesn't get two. Looking for the wipeouts, not quite going to get it, as JJ's here is able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but unfortunately goes down eventually.
Yeah, going down eventually there, and that is a great fight that Secret Elixir took on top of it too. FreeFlow's now going to have to just try to recover from that one. You go back to earlier, almost kind of a double Stamper comp for the most part. Wiper and Stamper on the side of FreeFlow. They do have a hammer and a Zipcaster. Speaking of the Stamper, they just went down. The hammer is available. Ultra Stamp just dished out. Crab takes there, and they just all went down. I believe they all went down to either a bomb or someone just lurking from the side. That's going to extend Secret Elixir's push by a lot more. 30 points and still counting. FreeFlow are just having to escape from spawn here, Topic.
Yeah, this was FreeFlow in a really, really bad position here. Looks like they have to try to force something. The hammer is a good start. That's another 3 down. Back and forth as this game has been. And now FreeFlow has the opportunity to do the same thing that Secret Elixir did to them back. And it's like the crab is going to be at the ready here on this plat area, trying to look for a snipe here. The cooler is at the ready. They do pop it. However, they do have to look out for that, looks like for that Zipcaster here, as the Stamper trying to go for a kill scares Brandon off of that snipe area. And now looks like FreeFlow's looking for a really good hold here. A crab is still at the ready for any counter pushes.
Yeah, Crab at the ready if they want to take advantage of it. Doesn't look like they will be able to quite yet. Both teams, by the way, with no specials online, it is just gonna be a fight for the zone. It will be Secret Elixir's time to take it over. They still have the lead here. Again, something I want to keep in mind here as well. They got bubble, which they just popped on top of it. They did lose 2 of their own, and it will be FreeFlow so contesting for that zone as much as they can. They're trying to drive Secret Elixir out of there. They're gonna get zones, no problem. Now Secret Elixir, excuse me, pops the cooler earlier, so they will get those quick respawns as they get latched on. Saber latches on a little too close to the wall there. Ultra Stamp is going to get traded. This is going to be 2 down for Secret Elixir. FreeFlow should have an extended push ahead of them. They for sure will. Charcoal Decaf goes down on top of it, and it will be one of the members still working large and does get punished somehow. Shins wins the fight over Winston. FreeFlow should be able to get the lead here shortly here, Topic.
Yeah, with about 4 ticks left, Secret Elixir is not trying to do something here. Unfortunately, we'll go 3 down again. The Zipcaster's coming out. Gonna get the last one, and with that, 7, 6, 5, 4. No one to be able to contest the zone, and with that, FreeFlow will take the game rather not convincingly, but in a really decisive game 1 where both teams had control of zone for a long period of time. Unfortunately, FreeFlow just held it longer.
Decisive is definitely the way to put it. The other way I would put it too is that this was a very back and forth fight. Almost feels like what both teams wanted to deliver there. We see FreeFlow and Secret Elixir going, toe over toe, kind of punch for punch there. In the grand scheme of things, Secret Elixir struck first, and then they had to look for a sustained push. I think really ultimately it just came down to a lot of fights that were in favor of FreeFlow by the end of it. We kind of see how back and forth they got. It ultimately just came down to who had the much better sustained push by the end of it. I think this back and forth match so far, of course, it's map 2. Secret Elixir, of course, need to win map 2 just to stay alive. FreeFlow winning this one, they'll move on to the next round. Crab Lake Capital Clams coming up. In the era where I would normally say Kraken Cheese is a legitimate strategy, this is not one of them since Kraken Cheese got changed. So, Topic, your thoughts on this map alone?
It's definitely one of the maps of all time. It's very spread out. It's way more spread out than than a majority of the maps in this game. Since there's actually a flank route on that left side, we have to actively watch out for, since anyone can go from that block to your plat relatively quickly. They also have to watch the grates on that top right side, since I think that crab on FreeFlow will be very, very big there, since it can just kind of shoot towards spawn and just clear out the goal clear out the goal there. That you have that ability to just you're basically like an eagle, like looking up from above. Just you're able to see everything from up top.
Yeah, for sure. We'd like to welcome our friends who are just joining in from the raid from good friend Cactus there. You're watching SOS 154 here on IPL. Of course, I'm Keon. Topic, with me on that. FreeFlow and Secret Elixir's up 1-0. You touched upon Crab Lake Capital Clan Blitz there as well. Kind of as you mentioned, kind of the map of all time. Definitely something to keep in mind there, especially with just the way this map kind of plays out. Again, I alluded to before, Kraken Cheese would have almost broke this map in half for some teams. Now you gotta not rely on it as much. There are changes, by the way, on the side of FreeFlow. Changes on the same side for Secret Elixir. Both teams will have regular splat dualies. Crab tanks are online for both teams.
Yeah, we do see the long rapid out from Secret Elixir. Very, very good weapon pick here, since that range and the grades allow them to just poke everything and just be relatively safe. The only one they do have to worry about is the heavy edit and possibly the squeeze if they get too close. But right now, FreeFlow did pop both teams pop really, really early edit coolers here, trying to look for those fights. And like that, we do see one go down inside of Secret Elixir, as FreeFlow is just trying to push their advantage as much as possible here. We do see another one trying to go forward. The Zipcaster trying to cause a distraction. Let's see if they're able to do it.
Yeah, you meant for blue with that zip caster, trying to see if they can create a distraction. Unfortunately, getting punished there for FreeFlow. So Secret Elixir is going to be able to hold just as well. Sort of just using the crab tank, kind of just making sure FreeFlow just has no chances to enter in just yet. As we do get to see the Splatoon from FreeFlow going down. Shin's actually going down there as well. I take a close look at the weapons here right out of the gate for Secret Elixir, which by the way they had the whale that just got popped there from the RBP deco as well. A little bit more closer range. They got a mixture of mid-range to closer range weapons there. I'd expect a lot of the weapons from Secret Elixir will likely be coming out of the Slosher and the Squad Dualies as well. RBP to help support the rest of the group. Secret Elixir does go 2 down. FreeFlow, they got themselves the cooler option with the heavy edit. Again, look for the Splat Dualies, the Stamper, and of course Squeezer. All the weapons, of course, for FreeFlow to make an impact.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wargle went down here. Squeezer is trying to get set up here with set up on that right side with the wall. They are able to trying to get something going here. Crab is popping Secret Elixir trying to stop anything from happening. That's gonna be a strikes are gonna come out too, just forcing FreeFlow back as we do see Secret Elixir taking a really aggressive position here. They're all in mid, but unfortunately that crab might shut it down. Shin just trying to win that 1v1. They're able to get it, but the rest of the team there is gonna be able to, are not gonna be able to punish them. That's only the Rapid just surviving the Zuka just long enough. Unfortunately for them, FreeFlow will get the first score here.
Yeah, FreeFlow will get the first score. 2 members have gone down. That's going to be the Power Clan being chucked in as well. FreeFlow will break this down to 57 points remaining as such. As Shins actually had clams, they were able to dish 2 of them there. JJ also going down on top of it. This push is just going to be is going to be no more at that point. Secret Elixir holds very firmly here. Topic, we saw FreeFlow dropping 49 points in front of Secret Elixir there. Secret Elixir still plenty of time. They're trying out this one well. 2 down is going to help their cause, but Secret Elixir, they got to look for a response here soon.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to be a little more cautious here since FreeFlow is already back here. A cooler is at the ready for Secret Elixir, trying to force a fight here. The Rapid Blaster here is trying to poke from snipe or poke up onto their plat, trying to get a pick here. Just by the zip caster gets them eventually, and now FreeFlow has the opportunity to push a little bit further, push Secret Elixir back to their base, and just like that, what we just saw there is just a shift of momentum from FreeFlow being pushed all the way back to their plat to now Secret Elixir being the exact same thing happening as right now. It's just a scramble for mid as Secret Elixir only has about 90 seconds left to get at least something going.
Yeah, the problem is though, Secret Elixir going multiple members down so fast, especially with the cooler being popped there on FreeFlows, and they can play a little bit more aggressively if they can. JJ's just lurking for the right-hand side. Shin's will be able to save this Power Clam. In fact, able to roll themselves up, but the Power Clam takes a really unfortunate bounce to the right-hand side, and that's going to be in a tricky position there. They may have to abandon this push here as Blue is collapsed upon. Topic, FreeFlow got stopped where it stood. Secret Elixir recovered very well on defense.
Yeah, they're playing really good defense here, but unfortunately they're unable to try to translate that into offense. They do have right now, they have a clam, they have a lot of power, they have 13 clams at the ready, not enough to get a lead, but enough to try to get something going here. As unfortunately the bucket does go down, as they're going to try to force a fight here. Winston just dancing around, not quite able to get it. The edit's going to get that kill there. With about 45 seconds left, Secret Elixir is being pushed back again. They've barely been able to get onto FreeFlow's plat, which FreeFlow has basically done without contesting, as we do see Shins going in there, not able to get a pick. They're going down, and just like that, the basket is once again open for FreeFlow.
Yeah, basket is once again open for FreeFlow. The thing though with Secret Elixir, if they want to save those camps, they will. They have to hold on defense for a little bit longer. The last thing you want to do is give up so many points there, but that's 3 members quickly down. But the other thing too, Shins also got clams of their own. They do get the delayed wipeout. They're saving one clam as an insurance policy at the end of it. So look at the clam economy here. It's still it's a possible powerful push coming up, but it has to start with a fight win. The Slosher does go down on top of it though. They will lose a lot of members. Cooler has to be dashed out. They need to start going here soon, as 2 members have picked up the cooler right out of the gate. As the rest of FreeFlow, they are in this defensive hold there, and they're doing a great job. They take out 2. They bought themselves enough time. Kurta goes down. Yes, you're losing members left and right, but you bought yourself a lot of time to make sure Secret Elixir can't get that push going. FreeFlow winning the best of 3 in this first round of Great Whites 2-0. They'll move on to the next round.
Yeah, FreeFlow just stayed calm at the very end of that game. As you saw, Secret Elixir, I believe, have 4 power clams at the ready. But unfortunately, like you said, they were not able to win those fights since in order to in order to get close to the power or get close to the basket, you're gonna have to win fights. Unfortunately, the bucket going down does kind of stop that from happening, and from there on, all the dominoes for Secret Elixir fell, and FreeFlow was eventually able to get that win.
Yeah, FreeFlow playing an excellent second map there. Total control of from FreeFlow from from start to finish. It felt like Secret Elixir multiple attempts to make that push happen, no success. So whatever they were trying to cook with the 3 power clement strategy, for them just not able to win out the fights that they needed to win. And that's kind of how that tournament run, this weekly tournament run, ends for Secret Elixir. FreeFlow waits the next opponent there in round 2. So that's that. But topic, that is going to be the end of our block. But before we go ahead and sign off and do the plus, we got ourselves a little bit of something for you to look out for because Riptide.
I know Splatoon is much better to play Splatoon in a LAN environment since you see all your online friends there. But plus, Riptide also has Smash Bros. They have Ultimate Melee. They have Rivals of Ether too. Very good game, by the way. They have a lot of other events there. The water park is great. So yeah, I just hope everyone has the opportunity to buy a ticket and come down.
Yeah, for sure. But that is going to be it for our blog. We got 2 new commentators taking you the rest of the way. Topics, great working with you. Where can the people of the internet find you?
Yeah, you can find me over on Twitter. I'm toxic_though. You just hear me rambling about whether it be the bucket and how it's be even better, rambling about Xenoblade. I'm a gigantic Xenoblade fan, or whether it just be about whatever I feel like. You find me over on Discord as well. Topic_2. Yeah, that's about it. Keon, what about you?
You guys can find me Twitter, Twitch, Blue Sky, Keon2570. You know the drill. Twitter and Blue Sky for the nonsense. Twitch for all of the variety streams. Smash the follow button whenever you guys can. And if you guys couldn't hear us from the Riptide ad read, it is September 6th to 8th. Go ahead and sign up at start.gg/Riptide if you want to register for Riptide, again on pace to become one of the largest Western lands ever. That's going to be it for me and Topic here. We do got 2 new commentators coming up, but before we head over to break, we got a video to show you guys as well, so you don't want to miss a thing. Do you guys don't want to miss a thing? We got the video queued up here soon, and we'll resume Great White Brackets here shortly. So take care, y'all.
See ya. Drink some water.
everybody, and welcome back to Swim or Sink number 154. I am Cater, and I am joined here today by Rocket.
Hello, hello, and as we see, Morning Glory versus Fraud 150 is going to be our round 2 match. Morning Glory seemingly only having 3 members, only a visual bug, that is okay. But with a name like Fraud 150, we were talking about it earlier behind the scenes. It implies a lot, really, I think.
Yeah, I was saying, have they committed fraud 150 times? Their profile picture on the website is of seemingly a vehicle crash. So there seems to be some sort of auto insurance fraud going on here. Either way, I don't know if I would want to go against a team that had committed fraud 150 times, much less with 3 players. But of course, Visual Bug, they will have their full team.
I'm sure that 150 stands for the amount of money that they took from that fraud. Hopefully,
just $150? Is it worth it?
Hey, honestly, at this point, you take what you can, and yeah, like you said, based on their profile, looks like some just auto insurance thing. We have some wheels missing. Yeah, it's just chaos, but.
All right, well, we can take a look at the maps that we're going to see in this best of 3 set here in Great White. We are starting off strong with Clam Blitz on Scorched Gorge. Then we got cool Splat Zones on Roboroman, and if necessary, Rainmaker on Humpback. Got any thoughts about Scorched Clams?
I really just think that the importance is always just the first team to control mid really just controls the tempo of the fights, as just having that pressure on you and having that map control, having all of those clams accessible to you is just a huge advantage, especially early on. And I think the team that takes control of that and jumps at the opportunity of that will ultimately end up just deciding the match right then and there.
Yeah, I always find it really interesting to see how much mid control is a factor in games, especially in a mode like Clan Blitz, where having that area control is so important. We're gonna get right into the match, take a look at those team comps here. I saw some real fun stuff that I am looking forward to. That Gal, Deco, as well as the Headit are both, in my opinion, some of my favorite weapons in the game, just to play and to watch. So can't wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, something that really jumped at me was the carbon roller on the side of Morning Glory, as it gets 1 kill onto the pencil in mid there. Just the being able to bum in and just having this up close pressure, gets another kill before getting traded. Just the presence of having the Brella as well as the carbon roller puts so much pressure onto Fraud 150, as that was an early fight win there. However, Fraud 150 able to reclaim control mid. However, 3 members of Fraud 150 go down, as it's just Ezio just left in mid there.
Yeah, really interesting there to see both teams try and take control of mid, jump at that opportunity like you said. And in the end, though we did get that power clam and those use of specials, we did not get a full push from Fraud 150 and Morning Glory coming back. We're even on the board right now, 2 versus 2, though that 10 is just respawning and coming back in. We have from Espa, I hope that's how you pronounce it, the Zuka coming out, not quite finding what it wants, but immediately met with the stamp as well. Tiamat unfortunately going to fall to that. Then the stamp also immediately going to die. So we're trading a lot of blows here early on in the game, first minute. And so the Carbon is going to get another really nice pick as well and start building that power clam. And I think we're going to see our first dunk here. I want to see if Morning Glory can follow this up with anything more substantial. Unfortunately, with their Gal Deco going down, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. The tent is getting way in there, though, so far forward and creating that opening for a couple more clams to go into. They're going to get pushed back. Unfortunately, this Headit not able to get in, but 74, quite a nice push to begin things with.
Yeah, I really liked the play by the tent there. Just honestly, just being a huge distraction, just a giant, just, hey, shoot at me, look at me, help. Just to be able to help their team gain the advantage, and they did end up getting some clams scored on it. However, Fraud 150 is recovering near mid. Kai farming their Kraken up, potentially using it for this upcoming push, as Morning Glory does end up taking control, but the Kraken is dropped. 2 members of Fraud 150, however, on the other side go down. Fraud 150 have a Kraken used, trying to fight the Roller out there. However, Roller does manage to win that fight. Tenebrella actually on the far left side right there is gaining lots of control near the clam basket, but they are taken down by members of Fraud 150 as he with the Zuka trying to get some picks there, but they do actually end up getting a pick onto, I believe, the Deco, as Fraud 150 trying to get an advantage here, trying to push Morning Glory back, as they do have 13 clans, the clan economy much into their favor, and potentially with the stamp trying to gain an opening. However, nothing is gained, and the Splatana and the shot end up going down to members of Morning Glory.
Yeah, a lot going on as Fraud 150 does get that power clam, brings that Kraken out. This tent, Brella, we've seen a lot of those bomb immediate explosions taking out players on both sides now. That power clam is going to get canceled, so, or not canceled, but dropped. So unfortunately, no push is on the side of Fraud 150, and Morning Glory is going to really quickly turn this around and immediately go deep into Fraud 150's territory, throwing those clams, making that power clam, and getting the second dunk of the game. We've got a minute and some change left, and Fraud 150 was 3 down there for a second, the Charger being the only line of defense, and with Gibu's tent here, they have that really nice shield to just stand behind and throw clams. The Carbon is going to do a really nice job backing up the blaster all the way, and they are still going with those clams, eventually getting taken out, but all the way to 46. They have that power, not going to go for it right now. I think they are fine with where they are at, and I would be too. 46 is a really nice position to be, especially this late in the game, and Fraud 150 having a little bit more control of mid really needs a way to turn this around and make this last end game push.
Yeah, Fraud 150 is definitely feeling the pressure now as they have their backs against the wall with 2 members down. They do have 2 specials to work with, Kraken and Stamp. As you know, they're pretty good at causing giant distraction. 2 members of Morning Glory do fall. This could be the opportunity for Fraud 150 to come in as 20 seconds drop. 1 kill onto the Zuka. Really good shot. Kraken is used. The final push is coming with 15 seconds remaining. Fraud 150 does manage to get the break, but 2 members do go down. 10 seconds left. It's only the pencil left, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to get much as time runs down. Fraud 150 might be too little too late. Their final push not being able to get much. However, they do manage to form a ball in overtime.
Yeah, that pity clam is going to give them overtime. Unfortunately, they are going to immediately get taken down. You can see that clam has just been completely claimed by Morning Glory over here. And I think they're just going to run out that timer. We got a couple trade kills at the end there, but unfortunately no dice.
Yeah, Morning Glory just being able to splat all members of Fraud 150 pretty effectively, as pretty often they were mainly 3 down with just the pencil left to just lick their wounds and trying to go back. And really just from the entire time, Fraud 150 were never able to hold mid for more than maybe 10 seconds, and that's what led to Morning Glory just controlling the fights and just being able to have that continuous aggression that Fraud 150 were unable to counter.
Yeah, totally fair. And oh my goodness, can we talk about Gibbs on that tent? Because I always love watching Tenebrella. You know, when you see it, you know it's going to be good. And some of the plays that we saw just by themselves and off that Brella were so much fun. Like, I mean, we were pointing out how deep they got in to the enemy territory during that push. Like you said, literally just being a distraction. At another point, they were all the way off on left. They popped that Zuka. They claimed control of that. And both teams were using that tent umbrella to explode bombs onto and getting substantial kills while doing that.
Yeah, and I also want to point out the interesting pick of the Carbon Deco, I believe. It also acts in a similar way of the Tenebrella, just being a giant distraction, and we saw it was also very, very lethal, and just Fraud 150 had to respect it at all times. And it's just a matter of, like, when you have a roller on the other side and as dangerous as that, it's always just you always have to have that thought in the back of your head of just like, oh, where are they going to be? Where are they going to pop out? As we move into the second map here with Robo Ramen, trying to see if Fraud 150 can come back. A different roller on the side of Morning Glory does come out here with a regular vanilla roller.
Yeah, we got that Explo too. I love seeing Explo on zones. The amount of control that it just holds over the zone, you have to respect it or else die trying. And with that, we can see immediately though the Explo goes down. Very unfortunate. I guess maybe the spotlight was a little too much. But we got that cooler in the middle of zone 2 down on both sides right now. And though it looks for a second that Morning Glory is going to take this zone, I think Fraud 150 is going to be able to come in and get first pick here. Also almost to the Kraken, going to pop that immediately. And you can see the Stamp as well. Both of these specials are just going in hot. Stamp does get taken down. Kraken doesn't get the pick quite that they want, and unfortunately gets taken down. The Roller here going to take the route underneath. We also have the Ink Storm now, so Morning Glory, although set back just a little bit, are immediately going to come back into mid.
Yeah, Morning Glory, with their comps, it seems like that all their weapons that they pick are just around centered, playing around that Tenebrella, with having Edit being behind it, having Explosher behind it, and having the Roller just be another distraction, and or just playing with it and being able to take these 2-on-1 fights and advantageous fights. However, Morning Glory start to lose their grasp as 2 members go down, and Fraud 150 does end up controlling the zone as a beautiful Zuka shot ends up taking out the Explosher. However, Fraud 150 also lose 2 of their members. The Roller trying to come in, trying to maintain presence as the bubble does come out to try to rally their team, and the Kraken with the counter does end up taking down the Roller. However, still an even fight. No, Fraud 150 does take 2 members of Morning Glory down, and now with time ticking down, they are in good position with the lead and without any penalty points.
Yeah, the shot here really nicely balancing, playing aggressively, but also saying, you know, hey, I have control of the zone. I need to wait a little bit for my teammates to show up, and that's what they're doing. The Inkstorm's going to move onto the zone, as well as the 10, as well as that Zuka. All of these things playing so beautifully. Zuka doesn't quite make the shot. Now we got the counter Zuka, and does take out Gibu. Oh, and that is a wipeout on the side of Morning Glory. Not the place you want to be when the opponent has 27 remaining. Now there is a penalty, so they have a little bit of time to sit back and breathe, but it's not a lot. And with how far forward Fraud 150 is right now, Morning Glory has their work cut out for them.
They definitely do, but that is a good start with the pick onto the Splatana. However, Fraud 150 unwilling to gain any ground, counters with a good kill on the Kraken there, forcing the Edit to run away. QB now in a good position to potentially counter, does force the Explosion out of position. And Morning Glory seeming to be on the back end now. 20 left as time ticks down, 15 seconds left. Things look dire now as no members are alive and in position. Enzio with the Zuka to prevent any last minute push, and that will be it. Fraud 150 does even the set, and we will be going to game 3, Humpback Pump Track on Rainmaker.
Oh man, those end game specials were really nice. You saw that the Zuka and the Stamp both just blocking any entryway. And I think as soon as that Explode jumped back, we kind of knew, like you said, unfortunately, no one was in position to stop the end push.
Right, and I think you mentioned it before. You were talking about the Zuka just like not getting any value, but Commentators curse as soon as that happened. 3K coming in from the Zuka, which ultimately led to the wipeout onto Morning Glory and ultimately turned the tides of this match, allowing Fraud 150 to recollect themselves, get a firm defense on there, and they just never looked back. They just held it.
Yeah, I really like the way they were using their specials as well. The Kraken a lot to initiate those pushes once they had their control in mid, and then the Zuka as necessary, and also the Stamp to follow up and provide support to the Kraken when going in that deep into enemy territory, because then you got the ink behind you, you got the killing power in front of you, and it all just worked out for them.
Yeah, and on map 3, Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, I'm definitely interested to see the roller potentially, either it being carbon or vanilla roller, and especially as we've always mentioned in this, just the play of the Tenebrella, seeing how it will act as a distraction or as protection for the backline Edit or any Zuka pushes. But what are your thoughts on potentially what weapons we might see here? Will we stick with the same weapons or potentially pull out a wild card?
Yeah, I mean, the tent and the roller have been consistent up until now, and I don't blame them for that. I do wonder how both teams are going to respond to this, especially Fraud 150, who, I mean, after doing so well, it's like, do you go with the it ain't broke, don't fix it mindset? Do you want to adapt? Because these are relatively different beasts, looking at Zones Robo Ramen versus Rainmaker Humpback. But we are going to see how they respond to this. Here, we've got that Carbon Deco coming back. Super excited for that. We still got that Blaster. The Zap is coming out. And we do have the Wiper. So overall, both really exciting comps to watch. And I can't wait to see that Tintabrilla again.
Yeah, and on the side of Morning Glory, the change from the backline to the splatter shot, definitely interesting to see. You will lose some of that paint power, but you will gain that just map presence, and the enemies have to acknowledge that. 3 members of Morning Glory fall early, and Fraud 150 have an early opportunity here to potentially cap the point. Three members are down from Morning Glory. First checkpoint is capped by Fraud 150. They are in a good position here to try to make use of it. However, they are starting to lose momentum as Morning Glory starts to recollect themselves and trying to push Fraud 150 out of this position here.
Yeah, and here is where this tent comes in so much handy, and you saw the vac, the strikes all coming onto here, but seemingly for nothing, as Psycho is going to pick that up and run it right towards that ending. We are at 6 remaining, and that is the beauty, or perhaps not beauty, of Humpback Pump Track. You can get all the way to 6 so quickly. We do have Morning Glory picking up that Rainmaker, running it back to mid, though. They've got their members in position. They do have to watch out for the Blaster behind them, unfortunately going to take them out. And now we have the Kraken versus the Vac, and unfortunately, as expected, point is going to go to Kraken for that one.
Yeah, it seemed Morning Glory Fraud 150 early success with just going straight speed, being able to get it up to 6. However, Morning Glory tried to counter with that, and it just didn't work out because they tried outrunning them but could not. 3 members of Morning Glory do fall, and now Fraud 150 in a good position to try to go for the knockout here. They are not holding anything back. However, Rainmaker does end up falling, and another member of Fraud 150 does falling as an all-out brawl is going on here. But Morning Glory does end up going up on top and being able to gain control of Rainmaker. However, we have seen the quick response from Fraud 150 right there. A beautiful example of it. Splatana does take down 3 members of Morning Glory, end up falling, and now Fraud 150 another opportunity to potentially get in. Morning Glory throwing everything they have. They do manage to pop to kill the Rainmaker, and now the fight here for the Rainmaker will decide this here, as if
Psycho doing beautiful movement with that stand, protecting the Rainmaker. X-Men able to pick it up, run it all the way to 2, and we've also got that Kraken running the Zap out of that. They are just continuously maintaining their presence around the Rainmaker. They have that cooler, and that is what is so deadly about a playstyle like this. If you can't get the members out from around the Rainmaker, you can never breathe. I really feel like I'm watching Unstoppable Force versus a movable object with the momentum that Fraud 150 continues to bring, but this solid defense that Morning Glory has time and time again, like you said, throwing everything that they have at it, the tent, those bombs, and now again bouncing back, coming into mid and making their way, gunning it to the checkpoint tent as perfect protection, and now they are on their way to evening the playing field.
With 1 minute and 40 seconds left, Morning Glory is by no means out of this fight. 2 members, however, 3 members of Morning Glory end up falling, and yeah, the Charger does have to leave there, but that was a beautiful push just to be able to get that checkpoint. Apologies, my cat punching the mic because he even wants to see this matchup. It's just that even as the fight for the Rainmaker continues. Enzio potentially trying to farm Zuka here for this push. Psycho trying to get a pick here on the shot. Continuing to fight, trying to get control of this. Fraud 150 is in a good position, however. They are firmly in the lead, so they could just wait this out. Beautiful pick there with the Kraken as Morning Glory, Fraud 150 just seems to be content with just taking it slow here.
Yeah, and when you have a minute left and you're this secure in your lead, you can just take it slow. You can pop that cooler. You can say, I have this quick respawn time. I can just wait here at the Rainmaker. And they are waiting for Morning Glory to come into their hands because that is... They have to. Morning Glory has to come into mid and pick up that Rainmaker, and they have no choice but unfortunately to have 2 members fall, even with those ink strikes. Oh my goodness, Psycho on this stamp, just incredible movement, incredible plays there, trying to get the snipe there, doesn't, but puts down ink and is now just going to go for those picks, gets 1, looking for a second, harassing that sniper. 18 seconds left, and every moment that is devoted to picking off that wiper is a moment they can't devote to going into mid. We are in the last few seconds of the game, and they're just trying to pick off this Rainmaker. They do get it, and if the pop happens here, they will be able to find overtime. We are now going to get this last-ditch overtime push from Morning Glory, throwing everything they have, the tent, the vac, the strikes, all of it, but unfortunately, the one player that they didn't see is going to come take out that Rainmaker in mid and end this set.
Now, we don't want to cheer for Fraud winning, however. Fraud
That's a pretty good play by Fraud if I've ever seen one. I don't know if I can argue with that.
I can't really, yeah, you can't really fight good Fraud there. Just despite them losing early in Clam Blitz, they were able to never look back after that decisive win on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen, and were just able to counter Morning Glory's strat of just having everybody play around the tent perfectly. Just beautiful counterplay from Fraud 150, all things considered.
Yeah, honestly, watching this was a really exciting match. We had a lot of moments where there would be just brawls, like you said, around objective, and 4 or 5 people would fall at once. There was a really good balance between playing objective and going for those one-on-one fights. Like we saw I think you were commenting on the wiper and the shot having a little fight on Humpback, but as the shot was retreating, the wiper said, all right, they're gone. I need to focus up, come back with my team, focus on mid, instead of trying to chase off that 1v1.
Right, and with that, the Splatana ended up going into the base and distracting basically all members as well. Like, we've seen so many times in this set, just being able to distract, just being a giant target, being able to draw that fire away from your team just opens up so many opportunities for the objective. We saw it on Scourge Gorge, and we saw it right there on Humpback Pump Track as well.
All right, well, after that extremely exciting match, we are going to head directly over to our third set of Great White. And I am looking for what it is going to be.
I believe it is Shipshape Cargo Tower Control.
There it is.
If the graphic is correct.
Yes, and we are going to be watching Howdy Cowboy Emoji versus $.
Now, the Texas part in me really likes Howdy. That's something you hear a lot here. I mean, this cowboy hat. Can we get? I think there's a cheer for Howdy in Twitch chat, so we'll see if there's any cheers for that. And on the other side, simply $. Just, I mean, who doesn't want money? Come on.
We've had 2, assuming the fraud is for money, we've now had 2 money-themed teams in a row. It was made to be.
Right. It would be really funny if we saw Fraud 150 go up against money.
That would be extremely funny. All right, well, we can take a quick look at the maps that we've got while this match is getting set up. I know that you mentioned we are going to be beginning tower control on Shipshape Cargo Company. And then the next couple matches you've got, if necessary, Rainmaker Museum and Clam Blitz Umami.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what comps these teams pull out on Shipshape Cargo. Specifically, I like to see blasters here. Luna Blaster, obviously not everyone's favorite pick, but I have seen it often. Mm-hmm. But my bread and butter, my favorite, just, you know it, CRB, just having the range, having Splat Bomb, always a nice sub, and having Kraken on it as well, just being able to clear off the tower and being able to hold tower and just being able to be a giant distraction. Also interested to see if any bubbles, any weapon with big bubble on here. Mainly we see stuff like Splattershot Jr. or just Vanilla Roller.
Yeah, bubble's super fun. Looking at the teams that we have, Howdy has a pretty extensive roster that they would be able to swap through. So depending on who is actually on stage, we might see different weapons come out. And then on the side of $, we've got Illusion on those Tetras, Nicholas with the Junior, as well as the shots in their arsenal. Osa on those buckets and Blaster. So a bunch of super interesting things we could see, and let's take a look at what we got here.
Now, weapons are pretty standard here. We got on the side of $, 2 shots, the CRB, like I mentioned, I'd love to see it. But on the side of Howdy, really interesting, I think, is the Dark Tetra Dualies. That's not something you see often, especially on for tower control, as an early pick comes on from that Zuka and Cooler being popped. Now, 2 members of Howdy going down, $ with the advantage here. With the shot, just trying to poke at the pencil and trying to make their presence known. However, they are rallied down and taken down by 3 members of Howdy.
Yeah, it's really tempting to not respect that pencil, but unfortunately at times you do have to respect the space that they create, and they've got really nice positioning here, hopping onto that tower, coming up to support their teammates. We got the whale coming out from the side of Howdy. It's not going to dissuade $ from trying to get their hand on that tower. They'll pop that cooler as well. Really nice use of cooler from both of these teams. Tower is not actively moving, but there are now 3 down on the side of Howdy, and that is the chance that $ is going to take.
Yeah, $ potentially being able to capture this checkpoint here, as with the Dark Tetra Dualies going in with Reef Slider trying to cause a distraction. 2 members going down of $, and 2 members from Howdy as well. Brawl still going on with the Wave Breaker going down, trying to gain space for $, trying to push Howdy out of this defensive position. Blaster getting a good kill there, but trying to reposition. However, they are taken down by the CRB. CRB getting another pick, potentially trying to go for a trifecta. However, they are eventually taken down.
Yeah, we've got Blaster versus Blaster. That unfortunately, that jump getting camped, trying to have another slider come in from those Tetras, but it does also get canceled, and that checkpoint does not fall, though it comes very close. 3 minutes left on the clock. That tower is resetting back to mid. You can see both of the long-range weapons trying to create that space. Blaster going in, getting that really nice assist, but finding themselves on their own. Is able to get another pick, though, and we've just got these teams fighting for coverage around mid. We have those specials coming out, and it looks like it is going to be Howdy coming out on top. The whale not quite coming out, though, and these Tetras still here do get taken out, and that is Howdy coming up on this first check.
Yeah, $ basically now late wiped out. They're basically just staggered now, as they have to muster up a defense here. However, Howdy is not keeping the pressure on them as the tower continues to move. Howdy now with the lead, continuing to get on. Dualies trying to get them off the tower. However, they are countered by the CRB. That is a good, nice 2 kills, though, on the side of $. Now Howdy on their back foot with only 1 member, 2 members even in the thing, as one of them does eventually fall, and now the shot has to fall back now, respecting the space of $. $ with a good defense. However, look at the point difference now. They were very much even. However, Howdy now with about a 30-point lead has the momentum on their side.
Yeah, $ has to get through this first checkpoint, just made a little bit more difficult by the fact that they didn't break it the first time. They have that cooler, which is going to help them a lot, especially with that faster respawn time. Checkpoint does fall, and now the person on tower is a little bit left to their own devices, especially with this Zuka coming at them. The chip damage is unfortunately going to take them out. They are very quickly replaced, but you see those 3 members on Howdy absolutely swarming that tower. Elu coming out with that Reef Slider, unfortunately not quite catching anybody, and then does get taken out. That push 1 point away from taking that lead, you guys. We have a 1-point difference right now on the board, and right now Howdy is the one in control of that tower, and they want that. We've got less than a minute left, and if they can just keep a hold of that, then $ won't have the chance to make a last-ditch overtime push to make that happen again, and they're going to do everything they can to keep that from happening. Keep the hands of $ off the tower.
Right. However, Howdy continuing to move forward. They know that they can play it safe here, but they're continuing to gain momentum as 2 members of $ go down. They continue to keep moving. 20 seconds left. It is now crunch time. $ needs to get Howdy off of this tower. 15 seconds left. Cooler out. That is huge now, but the momentum is going to keep going. just unable to get them off the tower. Game 1 is taken by Howdy, just unable to counter that last second push. Howdy just said, forget it, we're going for the knockout.
Yeah.
We're not taking this, we're not taking any chances, we're not taking this safe fight. We are going to show you that we can beat you decisively, and that's what they did right there.
I mean, if you knock out the team, they don't get a chance to try overtime, and that is what worked out for them. Ah, God, I cannot imagine being in the shoes of $sign and just having that 1 point difference. I mean, I guess it has happened to me before, and it sucks every single time. But that match, although ending in a KO, both teams had incredible moments, and I would say it's relatively close, so give them a chance. Another one, Rainmaker Museum.
Yeah, for sure. These teams are by no means different in skill level. They are equally matched as possible. Like you said, ignore that knockout. Basically, they were going blow for blow after just counter after counter, but that last second push by Howdy and that momentum they created, just unable to be stopped by $sign. And I'm sure, like you were also talking about as well, it has to be in $sign's mind right now, just that 1 point difference and just being knocked out like that, unable to control that momentum. It just raises up questions of if they're gonna stick with what they got or if they're gonna change their weapon comps at all. But they're definitely going back to the drawing board right now, as one more loss on the next map, Rainmaker Museum de Afonso, means they are knocked out of the bracket.
Yeah. There's a lot of points to be made here, and of course we are only going off the sample size of one match we've watched before, but a really important thing as a team, I think, you know, like you said, having that loss on your mind, but being able to bounce back from that, being able to collect yourselves to be like, we almost got this, and now we're going to get it in this next match. We are now Museum Rainmaker time. We're going to load in and see what we have on the side of comps, keeping those Tetras here, keeping the Blaster. So we are going to see blasters on both sides again, get to see that face off here in Rainmaker, a little bit of a different environment, not as many corners to shoot around on this map.
100%, and basically the same comps all around, except now both blasters being CRB without any of that wave breaker nonsense, honestly. but now Zuka early goes out trying to get a pick. First pick does go onto Howdy, as well as a second now. $sign potentially now with the opportunity to capture this first checkpoint, as the Dark Tetras lead the way with the Reef there, and being able to capture that first checkpoint is $sign trying to follow up with this Kraken here. Kraken does get stuck a little bit, and while being poked by the pencil, Rainmaker does eventually fall, losing momentum for $sign.
They're going to bring it a little bit forward, but that is unfortunately going to result in a wipeout, meaning Howdy gets a little bit of a chance to collect themselves, bring that back into mid. But oh my goodness, that first push was so smooth. The whole, like you said, Tetra's going out front with the Reef Slider, and then they had that whole path just inked, and it was smooth sailing for them. Playing ground is evened now as Howdy breaks through that first checkpoint, takes the lead, puts up another, the splatter screen is up there, and is going to run that all the way down to 22, as well as a wipeout. This is huge for them. Of course, the respawns are going to be quick because of that cooler. We got the Reef Slider going in immediately, and that Rainmaker is not going anywhere. Elude doing their best to chase the remaining members of Howdy outside of this upper platform here, and unfortunately not quite doing it. We got 2 members down, but we still have Howdy as a presence around the Rainmaker, and that is what is such a consistent threat. You can see the Kraken literally just prowling around the Rainmaker, making sure nobody picks it up. And Frog with that Zuka going to do the final clearing out. Unfortunately, that's 3 down again for $sign, and Howdy is again going to renew their position around the Rainmaker and take that control.
Yeah, now Howdy with the lead here. The pressure is definitely on $sign, especially knowing that they are 1 game down here. It has to ring in their mind that this is a really important fight, and it could decide this. However, Howdy sneaking by, potentially trying to go for the knockout. However, $sign does manage to counter with a wipeout here. That was really close right there. It was almost a knockout and potentially just ending the set right then and there. However, $sign with a quick response. But now, knowing that they are down by a lot of points, they have to potentially looking at knockout territory here if they want to keep this keep this alive. Good kill with the Rainmaker. Zuka trying to keep them at bay. However, $sign does lose the forefront of the push in the Dark Tetris. Kraken is online, which will be popped by both sides actually. Kraken trying to chase, and with the moment and with Rainmaker trying to get any extra points, however they will be taken down. I'm not sure if that was the best idea there, because maybe they should have waited for their team, but at this point they were just trying to get a desperate last second hurrah and trying to get the Rainmaker into enemy territory as far as possible.
Yeah, we are 23-4 right now. Substantial pushes have come out from both sides, and they, of course, that's how Rainmaker works. You know the aggression is key. This Rainmaker is on its way back to mid, picked up by $sign, but the Rainmaker is the only one left standing. They're trying to do the best movement they can, and might I say, this Rainmaker player has had awesome movement. We saw all the way up to 23, and I've really liked the way that they've handled the Rainmaker as well as using it to its fullest potential. We've got it all the way back in mid underneath the spinning platforms here. This really nice Inkzuka pick, putting down more turf in the enemy territory. That Reef Slider gonna come out, unfortunately not quite doing what it set out to do. We have less than a minute left right now, and that Rainmaker is still kind of stuck in mid. Oh, they are doing it on purpose. Never mind.
Yeah, we see a little bit of BM over there on the side of Howdy. However, they are quickly taken down. Thank goodness for all that's right in this world. 30 seconds left. $sign has to get a last push in here.
Ooh,
as the Rainmaker is in a really awkward position, but it is still up there. It is still up there in this awkward position with 20 seconds coming down. I'm not sure if they can get it from here.
I think they might not be able to. I think you have to jump from the sponge, and that's why this bagging is happening, because it's a cheese position.
Oh no, this is something I've never seen before. Wipeout coming in for Howdy, just to add salt to the wound there, and that will just about do it. Howdy, I've never seen that before in an interesting strategy, but ultimately won them that. That is so wild. I have never seen the Rainmaker just put up there, and yeah, that's something I might have to try that.
It looks so. I know the Rainmaker got there from jumping onto the sponge, and because that was a purple colored sponge, the other team can't jump onto there. I wonder now, can you grab it with a perfectly timed jump, or does it just render the Rainmaker fully inaccessible to the other team?
I wonder if you can like stand right next to him, potentially get it to like potentially jump into his hitbox. Like, even though you're not on top of it, you can potentially jump on the next to the wall and potentially grab it. But that being put aside, Howdy there with a pretty decisive win there, just like on map 1 with tower control. We saw these teams going back and forward, and this is not to discredit $sign at all. Like we saw at the beginning, $sign got a really good initial push, but they were wiped out, and then Howdy was able to counter in kind of what was like a deja vu, because $sign basically went in, pushed in, was able to get the first checkpoint, went in up to around the 20 mark and was wiped out, and then Howdy basically doing the exact same thing, capturing the first checkpoint, moving it up basically to the 20 point, and then getting wiped out themselves. It was definitely just it was funny to see just that coincidence.
Yeah, we saw some really nice Rainmaker footwork from both those teams, able to get it down to really low numbers. And honestly, that Rainmaker match was super interesting, seeing the way that both of those teams decided, you know, hey, are we going to send one person in to do the fancy footwork by themselves? Are we going to try and send other people beforehand and risk having them get dropped before the Rainmaker gets there? Super interesting to watch both those teams feel it out for themselves. But with that, we are actually going to take a short break right before our next match. I believe we are heading into semifinals next, if I am not mistaken.
Believe so. Yes, we are going to be moving into semifinals after this break.
All right.
We will see you soon.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Swimmer Sync. We are in semifinals, and for the 5 people who have this stream tabbed out, this is your cue to tab back in. We are back here with semifinals with Freaky Duck Motifidgetspinners. That's a mouthful, versus a familiar team that we just saw a bit ago, Fraud 150, here on a classic Splat Zone stage, Hagglefish Market. What are your thoughts on this map mode?
We are back with the fraud. Like you said, Hagglefish Market Zone's classic. And honestly, really, like, I think both of these teams are going to be just fine here. We saw what Fraud 150 can do, the absolute momentum they can put forward, and we'll see how Duck Motif, which is what I'm going to call them because I don't know if I can say their full name, we'll see how they meet that. I mean, this game is just so incredibly fast-paced, and as people in the comp scene, we know how throwing yourself at the objective works most of the time. You go fast and you win. So do you meet that force with the same force? Do you try to defend against it? Do you try to reroute it? There's a bunch of different ways you can respond to something like that.
100%. As you probably know or may have seen, just like plenty of examples of, speed is the key. Like you said, just how the state of the game is today is just fighting, quick fighting, trying to gain the upper hand in just like numbers, and winning just really quick, just based off of speed, power, and just it's just really hard to try to counter. And I think it'd be interesting to see if these teams could quickly turn the tides of like one's momentum, especially on zones.
Yeah, zones, of course, a mode that's can be super back and forth, but you're always aiming to get those lockouts. Little reminder, check this out. We are now in best of 5. So if there's 2 matches, doesn't mean the set's over. We got to get to 3 before the set's over, and these sets are bookended by splat zones. So if we do end up going to that 5th game, we'll go back right to everybody's favorite, the bread and butter of the competitive Splatoon community, splat zones. But in between the 2 splat zones, we've got Inkblot Tower, Manta Rainmaker, and Crab Leg Clams. Oh, you got the seafood right next to each other, crabs and clams. How fitting.
Always love some seafood, although it is ironic considering, you know. But yeah, love these map modes, especially interested to see tower control. Just tower control is my favorite mode, and just being able, just all of these anarchy modes are so, they can just flip on a dime, each team being able to turn the tide, as no lead is truly safe in Splatoon, especially at this high level. We've already seen previous examples of it. Even if a team is down maps, they can just turning entire series over. Like, it doesn't matter if one team loses one map or so, they can just win the rest. And honestly, embrace the chaos. Like, I'm fully down to see a gentleman's sweep and seeing this all go to all 5 games between these 2 teams here.
Yeah, totally. I mean, chaos is why we are all here watching this. And we were, you're talking about sweeps and knockouts, and the only safe lead in this game is a knockout. And with splat zones, you're always trying to see those lockouts. If the other team can't get their hands on the zone, then they can't get any points on the board. And that's what's so important. And that's where the aggression comes in, right? You take mid, and then as soon as you have mid, or even before you're surging forward, you're making that space to say, okay, now that we have mid, we have to make it so that the other team cannot get to mid. And having that forethought, saying, what is the area that I need to control, and how do I need to get to it? So
yeah, as we go into the map, I love the comp coming in from Freaky Duck's side, seeing the squeezer, seeing a brush, very interesting pick, just being able to be in your face. Early cooler out on the side of Freaky Duck as the brush tries to potentially go on the right flanker, trying to get potential. However, the first pick does go on the side of Fraud 150, being able to get early control. However, a beautiful counter there with the shot going down. Fraud 150 trying to maintain the control of the point. However, with the momentum of the rain, they do push Fraud 150 out as members of Fraud 150 start to fall. 3 members now down on the side of Fraud 150, with Freaky Duck being able to take the lead and having momentum on their side with the Zuka, with the cooler, just being able to basically camp the spawn of Fraud 150 here.
Yeah, oh my goodness, getting that pick and getting away with it too. Freaky Duck Motif getting away with a lot of shenanigans here and canceling that stamp as well. So now they are fully in control, and this is what I'm talking about, this sort of lockout saying you cannot reach the zone. We've got Zukas coming out from both sides, and neither of them finding what they want. QB's going to come in with this crack and looking for a pick. They really need to get something here, but unfortunately they're falling through that grate, and now they're all the way on the side. The whale is going to hold them out. The storm is not going to let anybody approach from that front. I mean, we've just got full control on this zone. The cooler's right there to provide the respawns, and that is going to be a really fast game one for Duck Motif.
Wow, that is really just shocking to me, just how well Freaky Duck was able to quickly take the zone and just do as they please in Fraud 150's side of the map. And with Fraud 150 just like losing that initial team fight, were staggered throughout that entire time, just unable to try to group together and muster any counter. As the 30-second marked, they were just desperately trying to use specials, trying to get in. However, Freaky Duck, with the strong hold, is able to take game one.
Yeah, super nice fist bump at the end there too. It was kind of interesting seeing that match start off with those brush shenanigans, not quite getting what they wanted to see, but I think one of the important things is they held their position. They didn't go down, they didn't reveal themselves in a position where it'd be detrimental for them or their team to do so. And another thing is, like you said, Fraud 150 being staggered throughout those team fights made it a lot more difficult to fight back, because even when they were getting those picks, trying to create those openings, Duck Motif had players up and already in position to fill the void left by one of them going down, and it made it so much more difficult for Fraud 150 to get through that, to get into that zone. And I think another thing, that Kraken going in, unfortunately, with a little less support than I think it would have needed. Either somebody coming up behind that Kraken using the trail, or perhaps just even turf in and around it to ferry people into that Kraken's path. It's really hard to get something done when it's just you.
Yeah, as we move into game two, Freaky Duck with the same comp, however, on the side of Fraud 150, the CRB does come out. First member of Freaky Duck falls. 2 members of Freaky Duck end up falling, as Fraud now has the player advantage. Another member of Freaky Duck does end up falling, as now it's just the pencil up there. Actually, not the pencil shot, sorry, but they are eventually taken down as well. Fraud 150 with a good initial push here, trying to get the first checkpoint, and they do end up taking it. 2 members of Freaky Duck still down as the stamp tries to gain space for them. Fraud 150 with a good initial push here so far.
Yeah, that ink storm is going to be deadly if they don't watch out, and very wisely moving out of its path. But of course, that means giving up the tower and giving up the checkpoint that they were sitting on. And moving out of that way means that they've lost their grip, their momentum, but it looks like they're trying to bring that back. Oh, Kraken just a couple of frames too late, gonna go down there, and that is 3 down on the side of Fraud 150, just unfortunately in the wrong position. We've got Drift here pulling out that whale, does go out, but also does get immediately taken down, so no more is gonna come from that angle, and we have the Kraken as well. That was a really nice recovery there from Fraud 150, going from being 3 down to having their fighting chance in mid, although it does look like they're a little bit on the back foot here. They've got those specials coming out, and they are holding their ground.
Yeah, Fraud 150 with 2 members down. Now, Freaky Duck now has the opportunity to try to get this first checkpoint, to try to change momentum in their favor as the pencil tries to defend from any threats that they see. The CRB trying to get the pick on the pencil, however, they are taken down. 3 members here dancing on that little tower there, sorry, as Freaky Duck continues to move in. Good pick there by the brush to stagger Fraud even more, as Freaky Duck does manage to take the lead with 3 members of Fraud 150 going down. Now this is huge, as Freaky Duck now has the opportunity to potentially capture this last checkpoint. Fraud now with a staggered defense, they have to stop this. 2 members going down on the side of Fraud 150. This looks like the checkpoint of Freaky Duck being capped as they continue to move in 10 with 6 left. However, Fraud 150 finally ends up pushing them out.
Oh man, we got some brush shenanigans going on here, but the Wiper is going to be able to grab that. 6 remaining is a very small amount, and still that is 3 down on the side of Fraud 150. Freaky Duck has, Motif has not left this area, and they are still here, still getting picks, still doing brush shenanigans, somehow living through that, and making a super jump onto the tower to pick up where their teammate left off. They've got the beacon there, beacon does get broken, taking that all the way down to 1 remaining, just 1 point, and the members of Fraud 150 are doing their best to clear out Duck Motif, and somehow not quite doing it. There's still that cooler there. There's still 2 members doing a little pincer on QB right now. Fraud 153 down again, and now we've just got those jumps back onto the tower, and it is just a never-ending cycle. The whale, the ink storm, all of that just coming in on the tower, and despite the member on the tower going down, another to immediately replace them, and then the wipeout. Just a never-ending stream of players on the side of Duck Motif.
Yeah, Fraud 150 was continuing to bend there on the defense. They were able to muster up some sort of it, just being able to take out some members of Freaky Duck. However, they eventually broke just because of the overwhelming momentum of them just repeatedly being just spammed down with just specials, all this pressure and stuff. And Fraud 150 now staring at the potential of getting swept here. Down 2-0, Rainmaker, Manta Maria could be their last map, or could be the start of, like I said at the beginning, a reverse sweep. And I'm here for chaos. I'm here for all 5.
Absolutely. And I think it's as much momentum as it is having that continued presence. And I know I harp on that a lot, but a lot of the back and forth of this game is, oh, you put a lot of your resources into a push, and then the other team builds up resources and clears you out, and now we're back to mid, and now they are the ones building up resources to make a push, and then you have the defense and you clear them out, right? But if your original push never gets cleared out and you have a steady, albeit staggered, stream of resources that you are able to put to good use, always having a special on deck, always having a team member ready to jump in, always having another pick on hand, then you just become a nuisance that the other team cannot get rid of. And that is what played so well for Duck Motif in that last match.
100%. Like, to add on to what you said, at its simplest form, this game is basically just like tug of war, just like the momentum shift, just being able to go back and forth between these teams. However, Freaky Duck has shown in the first 2 maps that they are able to win decisively, and this is not what we have seen in the previous match from Fraud 150. They have just been ran down the entire time, and it's potentially looking like they have to change something, or they stick with it and potentially just win the team fights, honestly, as they are now staring down elimination in semifinals. Remember, this is one of the semifinal matches, and the winner of this match will either face Howdy or Oof in the finals.
That's true. We could see Howdy back on stream again, depending on how they do in their semis match. We're going to wait on Rainmaker for these teams to get ready. And of course, you know, we don't have any of the funny sweeps and that were present in Splatoon 2 because now we have those pesky little checkpoints. But if you're not careful, these matches can still pass in the blink of an eye. And we saw in previous Rainmaker matches how detrimental it is if you can't get the other team away from the Rainmaker, how difficult it is to collect yourselves and to make that push. So I really hope that Fraud 150 is aware of this and does their best to clear out the members of Duck Motif.
Yeah, seeming no changes on the side of Fraud 150, which I'm 100% okay with, as Fraud 150 know their plan, know their comp, and it's gotten them this far. And it's interesting to see maybe any strategical changes they're going to make instead of weapon changes, as they do get the early cooler and pop onto the Rainmaker here, trying to get an initial pick. However, the initial pick is taken by Freaky Duck as this Splatoon tries to get up there but is taken down. Now 2 members down of Fraud 150. Freaky Duck now with the early checkpoint pop here. Freaky Duck now with the early take. Oh no, the drop by the edit, that is brutal. but Freaky Duck trying to maintain despite their member falling off with Fraud 150 losing 2 members. Freaky Duck seemingly not losing any momentum despite that blunder there.
A little bit unfortunate, but they are heading on nonetheless. Nice splash wall there to provide some cover, and they are done.
Wow, just faster than you can even talk or process, just like that. Freaky Duck.
I was gonna say, I see a little bit of I see a little bit of ink on the side of that pedestal, and if they're able to land it, and of course they are. I was gonna say, like, the Headit had some really nice movement early on in that game. You saw, oh, little fist bump there. They were up on that grates, and then they saw a member of Fraud 150 climb the wall, see them, and fall back down, and so they fell back down to get the angle they needed to get that pick. And then they also painted the side of the checkpoint for the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, they did fall off after that. So, you know, you win some, you lose some, but they did a great job supporting their team and getting those necessary picks.
Right, from the start of the set, Freaky Duck was kind of echoing what we were both saying at the beginning of the set, just like momentum and speed and fighting, just being able to quickly get in there and just get a decisive win, and just going in before the opponents can even react in time is what ultimately won those 3, what won them the set. And honestly, that last map on Manta Maria was just like the perfect example of it. Just speed just pretty much won that, despite the edit falling down. Just despite this, they were able to quickly take control of their advantageous position, their momentum. And even with that little bit of ink there on next to that last checkpoint there, just sometimes that's all it takes, just a little bit of there just to sneak by and to sneak that knockout.
All right, well, I know we promised you guys an awesome finals. We are going to see Freaky Duck Motifidgetspinners go up against the winner of our other semis match. But before that, we'd like to tell you about a little event. Well, not really little, a really big event called Riptide. If you have not heard, Riptide is a LAN happening September 8th through 10th at 6th through 8th at the Kalahari in Sandusky, Ohio. There's Splatoon 3 happening there, but there is also Smash and Rivals and a bunch of other games. And Kalahari is a water park too. There's a ton of stuff to do around. It's going to be 3 days, and there's going to be Splatoon stuff going on every day with pools and brackets up to top 8 on Sunday. I personally have been to every Riptide the last 3, and I'm super excited to go again this year. It is an awesome event. There's a ton of really cool Splatoon artists in the vendor hall, and if you can't make the event in person, which is totally fine, it will be streamed right here on this channel at IPL Splatoon. You can do !Riptide in the chat for more information. It's a super fun event, and I really hope I see a lot of you guys there.
Yeah, for sure. I might be one of those people watching from home unless somehow I can jump into a cargo plane and somehow sneak my way there, but we will see.
You can commit a little bit of fraud.
A little bit of fraud, yeah, exactly. But yeah, definitely hoping to see a huge bunch of you there. Definitely excited about this event. And you did mention the I think water park, correct?
Yeah.
Hopefully most of you will swim and not sink and drown. That would be very unfortunate. But yeah, definitely cool event. Go check it out. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we got one more thing to show you guys really quick, and then we are going to take a short break while we wait for finals to get ready. It is going to be an awesome match. Stick around and don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Swim or Sink number 154. If you're just joining us, I'm Cater, and I'm joined here today by Rocket.
Hello, hello, and we are here for the grand finals between Freeduck and Oof. And Oof only bringing one member, although that is a bug, but don't worry about it. Oof, just see. Oof managing to take down Howdy, who we saw moments ago. A little bit of surprise maybe to some people, but we are here now. Freaky Duck Motif, as we just saw, swept their semifinals matchup, and now we are preparing for the first game of 5. Remember, in grand finals and semifinals, we are now 5-game sets. Now, first map being Barnacle and Dime, a pretty open map, open to edits, backlines, pencils, and Crab. Definitely interested to see what the teams bring here.
You guys can't see it, but I'm absolutely losing it over C.
Just C. Don't worry, it's E versus Freaky Duck Motifs.
Yeah. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Okay. Well, since you guys couldn't see the other members of Oof, we've got Lucas, Cabby, OMG, I'm Div 10, and your one and only Jeff and C. So we got a good lineup there. But like you said, we are solidly in our best of 5. We are going to begin this with Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones, and if we get to that game 5, end off with Splat Zones on Robo Ramen.
Yeah, definitely hyped to see a packed series here. Definitely hoping to see all 5, but anything can happen. Freaky Duck Motifs have shown their willingness and their ability to just keep their foot on the pedal and never look back, pretty much just in complete control of the match the entire time.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Freaky Duck Motif Fidget Spinners plays on these, especially, we saw them against tax fraud. That's going to be different. They're going to be different up against a completely different force. Do you have any thoughts on Barnacle and Dime itself or 4 zones?
I mean, yeah, like I said, Crab definitely being a really good special here for poking. Definitely interested to see how backlines play on this mode, as pencils and chargers tend to basically rule the middle and just keep any frontline players and midline players bogged down and just cautious of that. And just Crab being able to counter that. Definitely interested to see how these teams build their comps and just react to each other.
Yeah, well, we did see Regia on those brush shenanigans and some other great plays from Duck Motif. Looking at the lineup on the side of Oof, C, the one player you guys did get to see, which I guess that works out, plays those blasters. We have your one and only Jeff on the Sploosh-o-matic. I'm just going off of what's on their profiles here, guys, so if something is wrong, then I would have no idea. But Kavi, Squeezer, Blaster, and then Lucas on those zaps, as well as other shooter weapons. Very interested to see how they decide to build those comps depending on what we see here.
Yeah, definitely interested to see the interaction between these weapons, as Oof does have 5 members, so they can switch around and play around with their comps however they please. But with Freaky Duck, they tend to just stick with the same comp throughout the entire thing. Like, they know what works. They must have practiced it, and they know their chemistry between each other is just off the charts. Just being able to just basically roll through their matches, and definitely interested to see if that continues here in grand finals.
And honestly, I think that's completely fair, especially when you're this late in the tournament. You're in grands, you know what works, and you don't want to change not just the momentum that you've built from the previous set, but also the rhythm of playing in the rest of the tournament. Late stage tournament, you get a little sometimes you get that fatigue, sometimes you get mental. And oh my goodness, hello, we're getting a raid. Thank you, Milana. Hello everybody in chat. Welcome to Swim or Sink number 154. We've got grand finals, and we are waiting on weapon picks right now from Freaky Duck, Motifidgetspinners, and Oof. You are here just in time for the first match of what is going to be an awesome grand set. Welcome, everybody.
For sure, and I'm taking a look at these maps here. Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway, always. We've seen it. It's a classic, and as we actually start the first match, Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones, we'll take a look at the comps to see if anything changed. On the side of Freaky Ducks, it doesn't look so, but on the side of Oof, seeing the splosh, I'm interested to see how that plays in this match here.
Yeah, Jeff, on that all swim speed, Sploosh is going to be speeding around, and as the name implies, lethal with that Sploosh-o-matic. You're gonna put down a lot of turf for themselves as well. Duck Motif is first on that pick. Ooh, and the Stamp getting a pick before they get canceled right there. Around that zone, that's 2 down on the side of Oof, and we've got Duck Motif solidly in control, especially with that cooler that's going to help it out. Oh,
beautiful snipe right there by the Stamp. That is really nice shot and aim there. But remember, Freaky Duck is deadly in these situations with half of their points down now. Freaky Duck keeping the momentum on as 2 members of Oof fall and Cooler going down too, making the situation worse for Oof. Now on the back heel, 30 seconds left. Freaky Duck is amazing at this defense as the pick does go there. However, the advantage will stay with Freaky Duck with that Cooler. Time ticking down, 10 seconds left. Oof needs to make a final push here. However, the members are staggered, but they do manage to flip the zone last second. Beautiful response from Oof being able to prevent the knockout, but Freaky Duck with a response of their own. 2 members of each side going down.
Yeah, that is a good 60 points of penalty on the board. We've got that triple splashdown on the zone here, getting a zone into control for Oof. They have that cooler. They can be a little bit more secure now, but they've got to be careful. Really nice pick from that blaster, enabling them to move even farther forward, get that double. That is 3 down on the side of Duck Motif, and they're going to be able to take out a lot more of the players now that they're fully in position. But you got to watch out for that Zuka, got to watch out for the screen, the storm, all of these specials that are going to come out. Jeff's going to go in with the Stamp, unfortunately go down as well. Battle of the specials right here, and though that zone goes down to 50, Duck Motif makes their way back into mid, takes that zone again.
Yeah, Jeff trying to get some work done, however, is taken down by the brush. 2 members of Oof down. Freaky Duck Motif now working, trying to get down their penalty points as the brush and the pencil end up falling. You know him, you love him, C, trying to work with this blaster here, trying to gain any position for Oof with the triple splashdown able, trying to flip the zone here. They are taken down, however, do take one with them. Zone now on the side of Freaky Duck as 2 members of that side go down. 3 members now go down as the pencil is the last one remaining. Yeah, they will fall back with Oof now in position, working on that penalty points. They have the ability to flip this here, however, they need to counter this counter offensive from Freaky Duck.
Yeah, Oof forcing a couple of those jump outs, really important here, having that location marked. They got to watch the specials that are going to be coming out right about now. Jeff's going to go in with the Stamp again, and trying to get that pick. Extremely important there, because that means they can go in for the snipe. Looking to get this second pick here, unfortunately not quite getting it, but that zone taking all the way down to 32 for Oof. Even better in position, but they're still getting that 42-point penalty applied to them, which is pretty hefty. And oh my goodness, the gal is all the way here, somehow getting a pick before getting taken down. 2 down on the side of Duck Motif, but they are still in control of that zone. We do have the splashdown there that is going to put down a lot of paint. Oof slowly but surely eking their way back into mid. What is important now is if they can control this and keep their hands on it for an extended period of time.
That is the real question here, as Freaky Duck with the lead here, they try to take back the zone away with a minute left on the clock. Oof down their slosh player with now Freaky Duck with control of it, trying to work down that penalty. And 2 members of Freaky Duck do end up falling. However, the cooler is active, but Oof with their momentum being able to take back that zone with time ticking down. 45 seconds. 2 members of Oof, 3 members of Oof fall, as this might be what Freaky Duck needs to take control with 38 seconds left. Freaky Duck, we have seen, are really good at these positions. Doing brush things, being able to get the sneaky pick there. 2 members of Oof falling as time runs down. Freaky Duck now in the driver's seat with all the control.
Yeah, driver's seat, great way to put that. You can just see that cooler right there, giving them all the buffs they need to end this game with a KO.
Yeah,
not as fast as their previous matches. Oof putting up a really good fight.
For sure, and I was gonna add on that. Just we saw this from Freaky Duck in their previous set. However, obviously with some more obstacles and challenges. Very interesting to see that. This means we have a set here. It is not over yet. Freaky Duck, although taking the initial map, it is still anybody's game as the players learn from each other, as they try to see what weaknesses they can exploit as we move on to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway for map 2.
Yeah, it was honestly kind of funny seeing the grids that kept getting drawn on the zone when both pencils were fighting over it while everybody else was off doing their own fights. Like they were kind of just both tapping the zone, and you can see the lines being drawn on the zone. Found that very amusing. But yes, Rainmaker Undertow being pretty different, and again, we've seen how fast these matches can go by, Rainmaker especially, so I know we talked about holding steady in comps, so I don't think that we're going to see too many changes necessarily in comp. I think playstyle is going to shift a little bit more, especially Oof coming to meet Duck Motif at this breakneck pace that they've set, and I do wonder, I think the pencils are going to have fun here.
100%, and we already highlighted C obviously as being the only member highlighted so far, but during that match, C was able to turn the zones really effectively with their triple splashdown, and I wonder if they're going to stick with the custom blaster here, as it is a viable pick here as Undertow Spillway. There are some really close quarter fights, and I believe that special can just turn the tide of an entire fight, potentially getting multiple members of Freaky Duck if they're not careful here.
Yeah, totally. The triple splashdown placements were really nice, and having just the huge amount of area that captures, really useful in splat zones, really useful other places. Like you said, Undertow's got those close quarters, those corners. It's a lot harder to get away from a big area special like that.
Yeah, as we load into map 2, seemingly same comps, except no, on the side of Oof, we have some changes here with the foil squeezer coming out. On the side of Oof, we will go as Oof does get the initial pop onto the Rainmaker. However, both teams at this point just farming specials and trying to seek any advantage, as the pencil on the side of Fresh Duck tries to poke at members of Oof. 2 members of Oof go down, as well as Freaky Duck Motifs. Kabi trying to get a pick onto the Brush, however, they are taken down. Brush getting another pick onto C, just causing all the problems here on the side of Freaky Duck Motif, as Freaky Duck Motif does have the Rainmaker and potentially trying to push up together as a team with the Zuka placement, and it looks like they will have the advantage here, potentially getting the checkpoint here, and they end up doing so.
Yeah, they use that checkpoint itself as a shield from the shots of Oof, and I think that's very clever. Of course, we're seeing those brush shenanigans that we saw before. Nice cooler right there as well. The pencil getting a super nice assist there, and they are fully in position to take this off. There's that triple splashdown we saw, using a little bit more of an open area, so the Rainmaker was able to just kind of walk backwards away from it. They were going to walk that Rainmaker all the way up to 16, but Oof is doing a good job of clearing the members of Duck Motif out. Not quite, though. That brush almost getting a little sneaky thing in there, but they've got that awareness. Somebody else did pick it up. That was the gal, though. Picked it up, got it another point forward, and you can see these three members just circling the Rainmaker, trying to make sure that there's nobody else there to pull another sneaky trick like that.
I mean, with Freaky Duck Motif, we've already seen, like, they love to play aggressively, like, just throwing themselves at the Rainmaker pretty much. Like, we already saw them try to gaining those extra points there with that dash, and we saw two members just trying to sneak past, trying to see if they can get a little cheeky knockout. However, it is not meant to be, as both teams brawl it out, specials being thrown everywhere in the middle as Lethal Jeff tries to get a pick onto the squeezer, but they do end up trading each other out. No ground really being given, except now Oof now with the potential push here with the screen out. However, the Rainmaker is taken out from behind as they were not actually clear to push. Now Rainmaker on the side of Freaky Duck's map side, and it's pretty even to see who can get it. However, Freaky Duck does end up getting the pop here with the cooler now potentially waiting for a push.
Having both that pop and the cooler, and now the person advantage on their side with that nice brush pick is really in their favor. The Inkstorm as well providing additional cover. They're going to take this left route up here, which is the same one they took before. They have the screen up. The members of OOF are coming to meet them, though, but I was gonna say a little bit of positioning off, but honestly the positioning was super tight, and I'm not sure why I was gonna say that. A really nice circle around from the back. I was worried that they weren't gonna get the angle that they wanted to, but they in fact did. That was a really nice forcing that 3 down onto Duck Motif, forcing them to back up a little bit. The main issue here is that OOF has been on that back foot for the good portion of this match, and now we are getting into 1 minute 30 seconds left, and they only have the 1 point on the board. With mid here being solely under the control of Duck Motif, they first have to overcome that hurdle of getting into mid, which they have, getting that pick, getting 2 down, and now running to that checkpoint. It's almost like they heard me. They know exactly what they have to do, and they need to continue getting these picks as they work with that last minute they have left.
Call it commentators curse, call it encouragement, whatever you want to call it. That was a really good push onto the initial checkpoint by OOF here. Lethal Jeff trying to clear the way, does end up taking down the brush, but is traded. OOF in a good position, however, they have only 1 minute left to steal this lead away from Freaky Duck. That is a good start there with the pick. However, the Rainmaker is reset, which is what OOF needs here to recollect themselves. Moving now on the left side, the brush trying to cause disruption, trying to cause chaos, trying to be an annoyance, and they end up being a good enough annoyance to cause the death of the Rainmaker. 30 seconds now left on the clock here.
Yeah, Brush is doing what they do best. Those absolute shenanigans. C coming in with that triple splashdown to clear the way for their teammates to pick up that Rainmaker. Inkstorm passing by unfazed. They have to take out this Brush, and they do, in fact. That Zuka, though, just immediately coming to meet them. That beacon there providing a great recon point with 3 members down and just a couple of seconds left. Freaky Duck Motifidgetspinner is going to grab that Rainmaker and bring this set to a 2-0.
That match there by Freaky Duck was reminiscent. I keep referencing it over and over of just their play style, just taking full control. As around the 2 minute mark, we looked at the map, it was all yellow, just all yellow ink, just nothing OOF was able to do except that second to last push there when they captured that checkpoint. Just really aggressive, really fast gameplay here from Freaky Duck, and that's just ultimately what's causing now OOF to just look be on the outside looking in, as Sturgeon Shipyard is our map 3 on tower control. What would you do here if you're OOF?
I think I talk about this a lot just in other streams, but taking a step back, recollecting is sometimes the best thing you can do in even a game as fast-paced as this. We've been talking a lot about Duck Motif's playstyle, but I think it is as much how present they are that is what really makes their momentum apparent. Because we talk about always having this presence, we talk about brush shenanigans, we talk about being a nuisance, and the whole thing is while you are actively occupying the attention of the enemy team, that is time that they don't have to regroup, to build those specials, to get themselves into position. Time they spend on defense is time that they cannot spend building offense. And so your offense becomes your best defense, as the, the best defense is a good offense. That's how that saying goes. And that's how that works sometimes in this game. If you are consistently in the enemy's face, they don't have any room to breathe. If you don't give them any room, if you make them do exactly what you want them to do, then all works out for you. Now,
and that
sorry, I was just gonna say, with Oof hopefully coming to this realization, they know that they need to see what Duck Motif wants them to do and somehow play around that, somehow gain the upper hand.
Yeah, and I was just gonna add on to that. That's a really good point that you made. Obviously, just being able to draw attention is a skill in of itself. Like, there's no, like, just being able to get these flashy kills, it's nice and all, but like the little things, just being able to grab attention, these little things that Freaky Duck have been able to do is what led them to being up 2-0 now. As we go into map 3, Freaky Duck sticking with the same thing, and on the side of Oof now, the range blaster being pulled out instead of the regular custom blaster. Definitely interesting pick to see here, but it makes sense given the map mode being tower control.
Yeah, absolutely. Blasters, classic on tower control, and having that extra oomph might be exactly what they need. Oof is going to be first on the tower, getting a couple points on the board. Multiple down. We got that early game stamp coming out from Jeff, exactly what we expect. Doesn't quite make the snipe, unfortunately, and is the brawl ending with Oof still continuing to be on that tower, pushing it to that first checkpoint, nicely playing around it, not being a sitting duck on top, haha, but moving around, keeping that motion under them. That Zuka nicely placed, unfortunately gonna be met with a Zuka immediately from Duck Motif, does take them out, and for all of that first play, it looks like Duck Motif is the one with the first.
Yeah, and as they move past the first checkpoint, just beautiful counter from them, just being able to turn defense, like you were mentioning before this match, into offense, as they're now within reach of that final checkpoint. The Brush being able to get a trade onto the Sploosh. 2 members of each side falling down. They are at checkpoint 2. However, Oof trying to make momentum, but that is not how you do it, just getting Zuka there. Freaky Duck now with control of the tower. 2 members of Oof going down, and as we've seen, the opponents of Freaky Duck are staggered now on this defense with now 30 left on the point total, as checkpoint 2 will most likely be captured, and they do end up capturing checkpoint 2 now. However, now as Freaky Duck starts to lose members, Oof now gains back momentum.
Yeah, they lose those members, but remember, they had that cooler, and so those members are immediately coming back. Like, you can see the Brush is already back, finally getting taken out, but not before taking out 2 members of Oof. And somehow it just feels like they can never get rid of the members of Duck Motif, because now that tower hasn't even reset back to mid, and the members of Duck Motif are already on it. That was a really nice Zuka from the side of Oof, getting that extremely important pick, and that's 2 down on the side of Duck Motif. The members of Oof slowly but surely making their way out into mid, getting those extremely important picks. Kavi here all the way in there, gonna jump back to a couple teammates with the fights going on in their corner, and these whales just so inconveniently placed for Oof. It feels like they just cannot catch a break here.
Right, and looking at the map, just all green in mid, just Freaky Duck with the pedal to the metal here, just continuing with the cooler being placed too. This could lead to some players of Freaky Duck just trying to do hero plays, and honestly, it's been working for them. However, Oof is meeting them at their doorstep as 2 members of Oof fall. However, remember, they do have the cooler, but I do see Oof having a cooler of their own as the range blaster seemingly overextends a little bit, but I like where their mind was at, trying to get a pick there. 3 members of Freaky Duck do end up falling though, and it looks like it's a staggered wipeout now, with Oof being able to take back this control of middle and the cooler being placed. Oof now with the potential to counter with a push of their own.
Absolutely. Cooler, Wavebreaker, those specials immediately coming out. So important. Wavebreaker a little bit in a corner that they have to watch for that squeezer, and then the whale comes in. And you know, as they go into this, they want to have control of this lower part of the stage here, and they don't exactly have it. But that is 3 down. Staggered wipe again on the side of Duck Motif. Exactly what Oof needs. Really nice stamp there coming out from Jeff. Div 10 hitting their head a little bit on that tower. And now they've got the cooler out again. Bob's off the top of the tower. This is what they want to go for. 2 down on both sides. Oof trying so hard to keep that presence around the tower, and they have 3 down on both sides. It's almost a 1v1 between the brush and this here, and the brush comes out victorious. Jeff has the presence. Unfortunately, lower range means it's a little bit more difficult for them to fight against the other players here, but they have that stamp. Not able to pull it out though, and 30 seconds left. That tower resetting all the way back to mid because nobody was able to jump on it, and Duck Motif again gonna get on that tower. 26 to 22 right now, and so that push came so close to overthrowing the lead. But oh, I thought we were gonna see a fall off the map there. Not quite, but we got 10 seconds left, and that tower is solid in mid. Oof is gonna do their absolute best to get in, get that pick on the squeezer, get that Zuka out, and Div 10.
Oh, so close.
Just a split second too late. Absolutely heartbreaking. Oh my goodness.
That was brutal. Just there were all members of Oof were right there. There were 2 or 3 members of Freaky Duck dead there. It was just a matter of milliseconds almost, pretty much, of just being able to jump on that tower. Little fist bump right there. But that's sometimes those little seconds mattered, and unfortunately it did not go the way of Oof. Freaky Duck doing what they did in their semifinals, sweeping Oof very convincingly throughout these 3 matches. Just wow, just I'm in shock of that. Just that was intense and heartbreaking, and so many emotions just right there. It's shocking.
Yeah, wow, indeed. What a way to have this set end, and that match close to just a 4-point difference. Oh, wow. Yeah, like you said, all of their members were right there, and you're not able to get onto the tower in time. But man, we saw great moments from both those teams. We talked about Duck Motif just constantly being around that tower, but Oof also finding ways to clear them out, finding ways to get those first picks in mid, get those, what was I going to say? Those prolonged pushes, and knowing what areas of the map they really need to keep control of. Really impressive display from both these teams. With
sure.
that is going to do it for us here at Swim or Sink number 154. Rocket, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch. It is the same link and same way. It is just rocket_splat. You will find me there, and I am in pretty much all the major Discords. So if you see me in there just chatting, pop in, say hi, or pop in DMs if you want to talk about Splatoon or anything else we have shared in common. Please do so. Just don't spam my DMs with random stuff. Please and thank you. Speaking from experience.
Yeah, totally.
But if you're a cool person, I will definitely be down to hang and chat.
Yeah, you can find me on the websites. Same websites, Cater_ or just Cater. I am around. Don't use my DMs as a help desk, but otherwise I love to talk about everything. Again, thank you. Thank you all for coming out. Congratulations to Freaky Duck Motif Fidget Spinners. Stick around because I believe we are going to be rating another creator. Shout out to our streamer Justin, who is awesome and kept this stream going the whole time. Also, huge shout out to our staff and everybody in IPL who makes this tournament run. Shout out to all you players who came out and made this tournament happen as is. And thank you all viewers for watching, contributing, and talking with us in the chat.
We love y'all.
We have been Cater and Rocket. Stick around for that raid. Make sure to go to Riptide and stay fresh.
See y'all around.